know that for future sessions because we might have stuff
That
like that.
that would be. I mean, it's less that it's like descriptions. I'm completely fine with,
Okay,
but it's like,
cool.
but it's like if I'm like playing a video game and there's suddenly just like for example this one game Ultra Kill I
Hmm.
play like one of the whole zones is literally where you go into a corpse, like a massive ass
Oh,
corpse.
Oh,
uh,
And
uh,
yeah, it's like it's and it's just whole times of fucked up in there,
hmm.
like the entire environment is just flesh.
Oh,
Ooh.
lovely.
So
ew.
yeah, that was the one of the most unpleasant experiences I've had in that game. The rest of the
Gotcha.
game's the rest of the game's amazing, but
No, that makes sense. Like, question: Who here has watched Dungeon Meshi, and if not, can I spoil?
Go for it. I don't know what that is.
uh, I have not, but
Uh,
I do not care about spoilers.
fantasy cooking anime.
Oh,
Oh,
Lord.
okay. Oh, I think I know what you're gonna talk
Yeah,
about.
I
Yeah, go
think I
for it.
know what you're talking
probably.
about as well.
Fallon, the person who gets turned into the chimera, the
Yeah.
dragon. First of all, love her to pieces. Secondly, I like that body horror because it does count in that sense of a human being getting manipulated in something else. That's cool to me. Because it is handled tastefully.
Hmm.
Um, and in a light way at times. That's cool. That's just a vibe. I love it. I love it when creatures are spawned. Um, I don't recommend. I'm very interested to see if Critical Role is going to pull this when they did through campaign two. If you don't know
The baby.
the not the well the baby, yeah, but in Aor there's a lot of specifically with the antagonist party that's in there. I don't want to say too much. There's a lot of skin-based horror. Um,
Oh, okay.
like things melting. Um, if you've read the companion book for Lucian, holy shit, some of the descriptions in that. Somebody's Jesus Christ, it was great read. But woo. By the way, if you want to read Monstrumologist, it's a great horror series. Very gross, very surgery based, but it's very cool. Give you the spooks.
The spook's real good.
I'm really weird where I don't really mind body horror all that much, except for when it gets to like the kind of surgery esque you're talking about.
Hmm.
I can't do like fingers or like eyes really. Well, they're attached to the person.
Hmm.
If
Okay.
they're already separated from the body, I don't care. But if they're on a living person, or even a dead person, I'm like I can't do not.
Yeah, that bothers
Uh,
me too.
See, I can't, I like medical shows because I find it funny when they talk about all that stuff and how overdramatic it is. I can't handle surgery scenes at all. I get so squirmy, and I don't know why. Because I can see blood in a horror movie, I can see something grotesque where somebody gets sawed in half. There's blood and guts and organs, and then you
Well,
switch to the medical documentary, and it's like, fuck.
it's probably because your mind knows for a fact that that looks very realistic, and naturally, whenever we end up seeing something that's of our own, it ends up freaking us out much more. It
True.
deals with us psychologically. That's why most people have issues with consuming pork because this is more of a biological way, but
Mhm.
your body naturally, more often than not, will reject pork, and you end up having like the runs or something, or it just
Yeah,
Oh,
doesn't go well with you because we are similar uh, in meat to pork.
science.
that is
I
a
love
That's
cool fun
science.
fact. Thank
that's a
you.
So
sentence.
your body goes, "Why are you eating another person? Ill, no," and it just like rejects it.
Cannibalism
Yeah.
in my
See,
household? Hell no. Fuck you.
They interviewed
and
a couple of cannibals in prison as well, and they
Oh,
one of the questions was a morbid curiosity of like what does it taste like, and they said, "Well, it tastes exactly like pork."
see,
That's
people think People think people are weird for like, no, I hate pork. Most people I know don't like pork. And now I know why. Science.
We're
Next
not
time
really
someone's like,
supposed
that's
to,
weird,
yeah.
I'm gonna be like, no, actually.
We're also warned religiously, which is, I mean, you can take it as is, but I'm pretty sure it ended up being just people, you know, in the older time realizing that maybe we shouldn't eat pork because it doesn't settle well within us.
Mhm.
And in a sense, it kind of makes sense even religiously because you're not, cannibalism is a sin, and anything divergent to that would also be considered sinful.
There you go. They're like, don't eat pork. It's too human-like.
I will say,
Um,
Hi,
hey,
Mickey.
hey, Mickey.
I mean, this is a good time for you to come into this.
Fair warning, we are discussing food.
Yeah, that's
Okay. We can stop the food discussion.
Oh, it's good. Fair warning. Sorry, no, not fair warning. Good lord. Definitely pretend I didn't forget that it says she doesn't start on the half hour. Just ignore that.
How dare you take your sweet time and have an evening?
It's okay. It's customary for us to talk for at least half an hour, if not more. We
That
got
is
things
what
to
we do
say.
as people. We're bonding.
We've got shit to talk about.
we're bonding, talking about body horror and stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
food in the same, in the same conversation.
Yeah.
Food is body horror for me.
And
And
cannibalism.
That doesn't mean anything, but I said it.
well, with horror in general, like it's bit disconnected, but like I just love the humor in the idea in just talking about how like it's not like talking about like phobias or whatever, like of like certain things. It's less a phobia when like talking about like specifically when it's like it can be considered less a phobia of a certain thing and more common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like
It is the fascinating part about horror.
yeah.
You know, funny enough, a lot of people have things like arachnophobia. I've handled so many different kinds of animals and insects in my life because I when I was younger, I used to visit Mexico a lot, and Mexico, still now, but a lot more before, is a lot less um, tamed. It is very wild over there. It's stuck in a. It's a. I like to state it's a first world country pretending, or a second world country pretending to be a first world country.
Mm.
So you deal with animals a lot. It is part of your regular life to just wake up and you kind of have to like flick your blankets because scorpions just tend to
Oh,
crawl around the house.
nope, nope. Mm-mm.
Um,
I will cry.
as well as just make sure you check anything you left in a pile because rattlesnakes decide to kind of like hide in between.
Jesse.
Well, the problem is most houses in Mexico, at least before, now it's changed, don't really have internal cooling, so you have to have a door that has the bottom portion of the door is not touching the ground, um, and it allows a lot of things to just walk in if they want to.
Oh
Great.
no.
That scares me. I understand why, but that still scares me.
So I've lost fear for a lot of animals because you kind of get used to like grabbing a rattlesnake by the tail and just flinging it off the damn
Fucking hell.
window and just get out of here, or flinging or seeing a couple of scorpions on the walls. And funny, the most common scorpion to see in the household is the worst one. It's the small little white
course.
guys that you're not supposed to really,
Oh yeah, of course.
yeah. But I had a terrible I don't know if I told you guys this. I think maybe I have. I had a terrible incident when I was younger with roaches specifically, and now I have gained a phobia for roaches because I had this. This is gonna be disgusting. So fair warning. In Mexico, there's two different kinds of roaches. You just get the regular house roaches, and if you take care of your house, you're not going to see them that often. You'll see one or two once in a while, but that doesn't mean your house is infested over there. They kind of just live naturally in Mexico. They're not the same as the ones in America.
Swimming cockroaches.
And then you get the ones that like fly.
Ah, no.
They even
Ones
have a
with
different
wings?
they even have a different name over there in Mexico. They gave them a different name. So
Disgusting.
they're classified by something else. And they're huge. They're just massive. They just decide to be the size of a fucking a phone and just flap around.
Absolutely not.
Mm-mm.
But funny enough, that's not the one that gave me my phobia. It was the normal one because as a child, my mother would always make me this milkshake in the morning.
Oh no.
Oh,
I already see where this is going.
And I always drank my milkshake in the morning. It was a big ass cup of milkshake, and I set it down one day, and I went to go use the bathroom, and I came back to drink it, and then I just feel something squirming in my mouth, and I spat it out, and it's just
No, Jesse.
yeah, and I ever since there it's just an ick. It just my skin crawls if I see a roach.
Christ.
You know what? That would do it.
Yep.
That would do it.
Anyways.
yeah, absolutely not. Oh my god, that would give me a phobia of milkshakes. I'm like, well, never again. It's fine. I won't enjoy the thing I enjoy.
So I can grab a rattlesnake without a fear in the world, but I have an ick. Well, I have the way I handle fear is a lot different, I guess, or phobias, because I would just go full on murder and try to look for as many as I can and just kill everything when it comes to the roaches.
There's too many.
It's not a runaway thing. It's more of like I need to make sure you are all deleted from my premises.
I'm
Mhm.
going to hyper clean everything.
It is
Yep.
fight or flight, and you decide fight.
I choose fight when it comes to the roaches. Yes, that tends to be my reaction to things like that.
That kind of reminds me of like my like I could probably describe it like the same way, like an ick towards sea fish, like particularly shrimp. It's like,
Really?
yeah, it's not at all. I mean, similar, but like it's it's because my grandpa, he has a really bad I'm pretty sure like shellfish allergy, but like it's just
Mm.
he can't eat shrimp, and the first time I tried shrimp, it was probably a lot tamer than what I remember, but trauma will do that. And and at the time I was basically just like all my family was making comments about it, like how like about like first time eating shrimp, and the impression I got was, hey, let's see if our son will fucking die if he eats shrimp.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
same in
glad
my
that-
household because my
So-
dad has a shrimp allergy. And we were all terrified I'd develop it, especially late, because he developed his at 16.
Oof.
After,
Ooh.
and he loved shellfish. He would go crabbing every day, kind of thing. He loved shellfish. So it was very fun growing up and having the paranoia of my parents watching me and saying if I even said my throat itched or something, even if it wasn't related, they'd panic. It's also why like I act like shrimp is a goddamn bomb whenever I eat it around my dad.
Like nobody panic. It's the shrimp
Like
is in.
I will constantly wash my hands. I will bleach wipe the surfaces, and he's like, "You don't have to do all that." I'm like, "Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You will die."
You could die.
And he cooks shrimp. I'm like, "You don't have to do that." He's like, "I want to do it for you." I'm like, "No," and yet he still does it.
Stop it.
Insane.
I would rather not have shellfish for dinner than be an orphan. Thank you, sir.
Exactly.
I mean, listen, at least your family took caution with it. Mine was all joking about it.
Yeah, it was a lot of our parents being like, you should try some shrimp. You know, your grandfather has an allergy. Maybe you'll get it too.
Yay!
Just
Yeah,
so
now
casual.
even just looking at shrimp, I just get just discomfort. Like
I will not eat shrimp around you. Noted.
like
I will
I
also
could just
not use shrimp around you, but for unrelated reasons.
fair enough. Like
I eat
like
shrimp
shrimp
around
had like
Vel
like
and I can
shrimp has
bond
just
over
been
shrimp.
just like shrimp's just been completely ruined for me because of that.
And then somehow on the flip side, I love shrimp.
Shrimp is my favorite food. Are you kidding me?
It's so good.
You are
Anyways,
Yeah, crustaceans are the insects of the sea world.
Yeah.
nom.
And I'll eat
I
them
like
all.
bugs. What can I say? I will eat
Mo-
sea bugs.
and moving on from traumas of the real world, let's get to our let's get to our make believe traumas.
Well, I was about to end
Hey!
it with, if you really think about it, all I had to do was think that the roach was a shrimp, and I wouldn't have been wrong.
Jesse.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I mean, yeah.
Face your
Yeah.
fears
Don't call-
by crunching.
Don't
Extra
call
protein.
shrimp sea bugs because bugs actually are delicious, unlike shrimp. So I will not take this.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit! Throwing
Let's
hands.
take this slander.
I will fucking throw hands.
I mean,
There's
Did you
actually
wish-
a bridge between both of them. The horseshoe crabs are more related to spiders than they are to crabs.
horseshoe
is funny
crabs
enough.
I
aren't
do not
real.
care about their weird cousins.
Horseshoe crabs are, I love them.
They're little bastards. They're great.
Like no change over millions of years. The perfect organism.
Yeah, they don't have to.
They're like,
They're
no, we got it in one, dude. We're fine.
Yeah.
Can't do
yeah,
any
some
better.
random spider decided, hey, you know what? Put shield on top of me. Done.
What if
I
it was a
will-
rock and then they just never improved on that? And I
Yeah,
really
never.
Meanwhile, everything else is trying to. Meanwhile, everything else is seemingly trying to become crab, the second best organism.
We're all working back to crab.
As we should.
Fuck it.
Return to crab.
Become crab.
Yeah.
Reject modernity.
The BBG, just a level 100 mud crab.
Oh my god.
Giant crab. That would be actually quite funny.
I trust
Get
him
all
with
this
my wallet.
like mystery, and then you turn around and it's just a crab. You're like, ah, shit. I should have gone for the obvious.
Oh,
So,
Music bot.
why did that freak me out?
I got freaked out by you guys getting
the
freaked out.
secret sixth player. Whoa!
Genuinely, I
It's
was like,
Mickey
wait, hold
again.
on.
Mickey
the
part
roach.
2.
It's Mouse. It's Mickey and Mouse.
Oh, it's
No,
Mickey and
shut the fuck. Stop talking about the capitalist every time I mention that I have a name.
Sorry, it's
No,
actually
it's-
Michael.
No, it's not mouse as in the rodent. It's mouse as in like the like the artist.
Oh, I
Like,
thought you were gonna say
and-
Moose.
Oh, dead mouse.
like
No.
dessert.
yeah, dead mouse. That's who he is. So, which I mean, he is a musician, so it works.
I thought you were gonna say mouse as in computer mouse.
That works too.
Question: how is Alma gonna make it into the trauma cave?
You know, Alma's been there the whole time. Alma's
She's
just
been,
been
she's
quiet.
been respectfully quiet.
Have you not? Have you guys been watching the Amazon like Critical Role episodes that have been coming out? The animation.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they gave Pike so much extra stuff because in reality
Alma's
the
been
character wasn't there the whole time, so they had to like write new story for them.
That's-
Almost just been there, you know. We're just, if we ever make an anime adaptation of this campaign, we just got to make new stuff up. What they did.
Mickey, guess what? You
Nice.
got to see all of us fight Toru. Oh shit! Hold on.
I mean,
You
Minnie
don't get to
already-
know.
I mean, Alma
Let me know when
already
Crit
was
Roll
there.
Talk is over.
Alma was
It'll-
already there. Like,
Alma
Oh,
was
yeah,
already there. Yeah, just Alma was just sitting in the back lanes, being like, "Yeah, you guys can do this." I'm not actually involved with this entire situation, so I'm
was
gonna
gonna-
this is your
step aside.
this is
Yeah,
your guys' issue.
this is your problem.
Oh,
You
no.
guys
I'm
can
gonna let
deal
you
with
guys
this.
work that one out.
I was gonna tell Mickey. I was gonna be like, yeah, you got to watch us all fight Toru with the dick on a
Oh my
nail.
god! Yeah.
Poor Toro. He didn't even know what that meant. He was just like, "Oh no."
Castilla knew Victor would be freaking out, so she said, "Let's make Victor freak out about this instead."
Just replace his trauma with a new and possibly worse one.
Taurus traumas now, not dying from a lich, but getting beaten by a morning star with a dildo attached
With
to
a
it.
dildo.
That's what I was gonna say.
She's like, I know.
Hold on, we got probably update button. I'm calling it.
Oh my god, hit up. There have been a few times where I've nearly clicked the update button while in call, and I was like, no, I can't do that. I can't. I stopped myself last second because I'm like, wait, no, that's something Mickey would do.
Something it catches you sometimes though. Like you think you're pressing like go away, and then you're actually like no update, and you're like shit, no.
It's like it's
You had hours left.
Yeah, or it's like it's this green button in the top right of my corner of my screen. So I'm like, oh yeah, let me just click this randomly colored button that's different from all the other colors around here. And I'm like, wait,
It's like getting
no.
you in like a cat with a laser pointer.
Yeah, literally. I see a different color. I see a differently colored button. I gotta click it.
I need to know.
I would end the world because there's a colorful button in front of me.
Oh no!
Somebody
Kind of put a
Oh, we're back online.
put a colorful button in front of Spicitus and see what happens.
Oh, Spiss would push it so fast,
Oh,
no
God.
hesitation.
There'd be none of that stress of that. I don't know who it is, but it's that meme of the guy who's like looks like a superhero, like dabbing his forehead. That's Spiss, except she wouldn't be dabbing her forehead. She'd just slam her hand on the button.
Spiss would go, "Ooh, what does this do?" and then hit the button before anyone can answer.
God, you're a fucking raven, you're a fucking crow.
Just open it up. Everyone's like, maybe we should. I wonder what this button does. Like, maybe we should take a moment. And Spiss is like,
Spiss is like, "I can figure out what this button does really fast." Presses.
you just press it.
Exactly. How else are you gonna know what it does? It's the fastest way.
Is Circe similar in that way as well, or
I mean, I think we all know the answer to that.
unfortunately?
It'd be a race
She saw
between-
the shiny light in the water and was like, I mean, I've got to look at the shiny light in the water.
It'd be a race between Spiss and Circe to see who hits the button first.
Presses the button first.
I just love just the comedy of a scenario where it's like we get to like a control panel or something, and Victa is like is talking all like, oh, we should that's likely leads to there, that leads to there, like just like deciphering like the labels and whatnot. Whatever, like we should really take our time to figure out what we do. Meanwhile, Circe and Spiss just pans over. Wait, we should take our time. Like their hands are already all over the buttons.
Circe is mid
Oh.
pulling a lever, Spiss is hitting a button.
Heads up, Mickey's computer says it is at 2% updates.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh fuck.
Well,
This is why I remembered I forgot to update, and I'm just sitting here staring at the yellow icon like, I'm not gonna do that. Even though I want to.
I have it on auto update whenever I turn off the PC.
I have it too, but it won't like do the refresh for some reason. I hate it.
I should probably I'll make note to do that, to try and remember to update after session.
I
think
tried
you
to do
can-
it before, but then I fell asleep.
We can join in mid-session. So,
We all update at the same
Right
and
now,
just
everybody.
skip this week.
press update.
Everyone update right now.
I just updated my computer last night.
Update right now.
Okay, but yeah, I'm updating.
so we pick back up where we left off.
Says I just threw
Passing-
up in her mouth.
Yeah, passing your previous trial, you'd arrive to the next section of the cave, in which you were instantly taken into the next trial. In here, you were guided to assist the Fey Queen in her attire for the event. And you were guided into the room in which the door was closed behind you, alone in the room with the Fey Queen, as she tells you that you can rest easy, as this is a place of comfort. And Circe threw open her mouth and swallowed it back down.
Ah. The stress. It's getting to her. So she still has her eyes closed. She's still sort of like, she stood on the ground, which is very weird, as you may know, for Circe. She stood on the ground. She's kind of still got a hand on Victor's shoulder. She threw up a little, and she's got her eyes like pincered shut. Like there was like stress lines of how hard she is like trying to squeeze her eyes closed.
And the Fey Queen is also not really fully turned around to face you guys. You've seen the side of her face when she kind of turned her head to like tell you what she told you. But she's sitting on her chair in front of like her mirrors, not fully facing you.
Just based off of appearance, okay, how much does she resemble current Anastasia? Like the Anastasia we've interacted with the most.
The face is the same. From the side profile that you can see, just about everything else is a bit different. The hair is very different. The fact that she just looks like a larger fairy as opposed to a half elf. The elven ears still are placed onto her. So she's this amalgamation of a few things. But besides that, her facial features are similar.
Victor whispers to Circe. Oh, sorry, give me one. Yeah, Victor whispers to Circe. She looks like Anastasia, but it's not actually going to be her. If that is what you are mainly concerned about.
I know. And like in his head, he hears back. Kinda. I do genuinely feel like if I'm gonna look at her face, I am gonna throw up properly, and I don't know if anyone needs to see that. I don't know why I'm freaking out, Victor. I'm normally really good at this, and now I'm not, and it's freaking me out.
Well, I hate to say it like this, but I've been able to face my fears with all of your support. So we'll be here to help with you facing yours. And if you do throw up, I'll do my best to hide it as quickly as possible.
He would see like a little smile sort of crack on her face, even though her eyes are still like forcing themselves shut. Yeah. Okay. I'm fine. He's like, she hasn't broken that connection, so Victor's literally just hearing her be like, yeah, I'm cool, it's fine, I'm fine, and just like almost repeating it over and over to herself, but doesn't kind of realize that she's still in his head a little bit.
You'll be all right.
She like cracks one eye open. I'll like look around the room.
You look around the room, and the room looks beautiful. It has various colors of blues and greens, as well as accents of pinks. White as a primary color as well. Definitely designed in a very specific and organized manner.
I assume the Fey Queen's like personal chambers. That's not a room that anyone really gets to see when they visit. Like for the festival that Circe would know. That's not like a place that they would ever get to see.
As
Is
far as you know, not really. People don't really have talked about ever seeing. Even your father hasn't really talked about ever seeing the Fey Queen's room. You've heard that perhaps it got sealed away to keep its like originality of the way it was before she left.
Yeah.
And others say it doesn't even exist in the castle anymore. That it got repurposed as a different room, perhaps. But whether or not either of those is true is unknown.
Lily opens the other eye and sort of blinks. Either just like from forcing her eyes shut or whether they're tears. She doesn't even really know. She's blinking away some sort of like watery substance. And what's she doing? Is she just sitting there?
She's
Like-
sitting there facing the mirrors facing away from you guys directly. She's no longer has her side profile viewed anymore. She's now directly facing the sides of the mirrors, and the mirrors aren't reflecting anything. In fact, they were when you originally walked in, and she waved her hand over the mirrors, and they no longer are reflecting anything. So you get her back visuals. You get the long ponytail-esque hair kind of coming down and then over her shoulder. And you can kind of see it poke out from underneath her side. And you get the big wings behind her back that are mostly what's representing your visual currently. And the back of her head.
Kind of, sort of, she's trying to make her voice sound like confident, but the second she speaks, it sort of like cracks a little. But I sort of, what do you need us for? Her grip tightens on Victor's arm as the words tumble out very unflatteringly.
I don't require anything from you, from any of you. I'm here to bring you a moment of respite. I was called down from the realm itself. I'm here but for a moment. A bit of time to breathe from my containment. It is you, the rest of you, who I'm concerned for. Involved with so much, and yet you know so little, and yet none of it by choice, really. Almost a circumstance of your creation.
So you know who we are?
Of course. I've had my eyes on you for quite a while, really. All of you.
Have you just looking at us? Or sorry, you look like someone, that's all, that we spoke to. And I'm okay. I'm okay.
If it isn't too much to ask, how is she doing?
So far, Vika sort of like,
Mickey!
hey, Mickey.
I'm using my goddamn phone because the computer fucking hates me.
Hmm.
Godspeed, brother.
Current.
God has
Uh,
no say in Discord.
Plot-wise, we are currently in a recreation of the Fey Queen's castle, and currently talking to the Fey Queen, Anastasia, like
Noon
Wow.
Anastasia.
Casually.
seemingly the one who is currently stuck in the moon.
By the way, this little cave thing we wandered into, the therapy cave, seemingly can bring people from any time or anything temporarily here from the life stream of the planet.
Yeah, because
So
the Toru that we fought was the actual Toru from the other world that the Toru that we fought stole the image of.
the fake Toru.
Okay.
Either way, basically assume anybody here is probably the real person.
Oh,
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, and Anastasia just said, "Hey, I'm here to just give you guys a time to chill, cause you're in some deep shit, and you need a fucking rest."
And we just trust her now?
I mean, yeah, we have a reason. Yeah, we have reasons to, based off the vibes. Because either way, this is like in the construction of the therapy cave. Two, the Anastasia that we've talked to has not like attacked us so far, so we have no real reason to distrust her in that sense. And currently,
Besides all the reasons we have to distrust her?
besides what?
Yeah.
Well,
I just
some of
wanted
the
to
stuff,
see it.
some of the stuff that happened with Anastasia didn't turn out to be the real Anastasia. It turned out to be one of the Ain sisters. So it's like kind of,
One
it's
of the
kind of up in the
fakes.
air about whether or not you would trust Anastasia. It's a bit weird. We're a bit more trustful of her now than we were before.
Still wary,
Yeah.
but
Okay. I mean, if you trust her, that's your choice.
Yeah.
Mickey is silently judging
Well-
all of us right now.
We've
I
never
don't
met
think
I-
silence the right
Anastasia.
word for it. I'm being fairly blatant.
Yeah,
Understandable.
we deserve it.
Yeah.
I'd let the
I mean,
Fey
Moon
Queen have my
Anastasia's so.
wallet.
Yeah, she's so soft spoken. She's so nice.
You would just let women
The
do
vi-
anything.
The vibes are
I would.
immaculate.
I know you would. It's not
Vibes
something
are
to be proud of.
immaculate.
Not immune to powerful women.
Jesus Christ.
And she's so nice.
Anyway, getting back to Victa responding to Anastasia. She is seemingly doing well. The last time we spoke with her, she was searching for your brother, Guk.
Hmm.
And before she informed us of that, she said she was looking for and found your daughters. She managed to get in contact with them and check up on them. And based on memory, she said that they are all doing well. But so far, your brother is a bit more questionable on his state of being.
Did you you guys like to know his state of being?
Yes. Castilla literally just blurts that out very like, and then coughs and goes, "Yes, please."
He's, well, he's not dead. If not, he would be somewhere in here. At least in the stream itself. I sensed him, but for a moment. He is back in the realm, but he is deep underground somewhere. My vision cannot reach him, for the moonlight cannot reach lower depths. But he's alive. I believe so.
So, does that mean that you are dead?
No. Maybe. In between.
Alright.
It all depends on what happens next. I am losing ether slowly by the minute. And eventually it's going to all run out.
Is there a way that we could assist you, particularly, or is our current endeavor, or is our current quest linked to it?
Nothing is linked to anything, at least not the way you would think so. You are not bounded by the limitations of fate. I would not want to burden you with any of that. If it is my time to leave, then it's my time to leave, unfortunately. I am more concerned with the rest of you. You are stuck in a quarrel that is not yours.
Well, I am not going to contest that. It's difficult to, at this point, not keep going when our homes are threatened. If we don't push back, then gonna get shoved. If we don't get pushed back against this threat, if we don't push back, we're going to get shoved off the cliff.
Your home is in ruins too, you know. Or the one that you had.
I know.
Everybody's scared. They went back, and they were all powered up in your tower.
Unfortunately, had to make the decisions I did. I don't want to regret them. least not yet. Unless my decisions become fruitless.
Why did you leave us?
I had no choice. Multiple reasons why. I saw the inklings of what was going to happen. And I did not want to get my realm involved. So I went to go meet with the one person that might have known what to do or what was going to happen or what could have been happening. Person I disliked for quite a while, but have come to understand that perhaps it is not fully their fault for the things that have occurred.
Was that?
Yes.
Apologies. What? Going to assume that the one you went to meet was Zafia.
Yes. He was in his final moments of existence before he was going to fade back in to that middle section. This was all according to him so far. Well, most of what's happened. I was told that I was going to be needed for something important. But most of all, that me being here was a threat. And so I let him seal me. You probably have gotten a different story, or a different vision from my simulacrum. Unfortunately, she remembers it in a way that was given to her, since she wasn't there. In a burst of anger after my sealment, she fought with Zafir. But Zafir expected this to happen. And she won. My other reason was the reliance of my people to me. I've done everything I could for them, and if I could, I would do more. But if it had gone longer, I would have just become a risen deity of sorts. I was being praised and prayed to. Our land is quite flourished with ether. The gems that surround my castle, a concentration amount. And slowly
Hey,
but
can you be
surely, I was becoming deified. And that was not a course that would have a good ending.
You left them. You left them all without saying anything. If you've been looking down on all of us, then surely you've seen what that's done to them.
I've seen everything that's done to them.
Everything that you did to everyone. Everything that it did and has continued to do. People still go to your home and still have parties and enjoy. None of it's changed. You're just not there to help them anymore. You're not there for...
Circe, I do not intend to insult with this, but your people your people are going to have to develop and a reliance on themselves as opposed to an outside force such of the Fey Queen.
What?
No.
And every other world's supposed to do that as well? Castilla's kingdom has a king and a queen. Lombon has royalty or people who run it. That's all she was. And Circe like points aggressively toward Anastasia, Moon Queen, and just sort of freezes midpoint, not really sure what to do.
And those people of royalty, those dynasties, they didn't develop. They weren't always in place. They haven't kept the same rulers. The people in charge can change. You don't need...
Yeah. That's because people die. You can't die. I'm not saying that you were supposed to stay there forever. I'm not saying that if you stopped wanting to be queen, then you could have done that, but you didn't tell anyone. You just left. And she sort of like freezes for a second and just... There's like kind of tears beginning to like peek at the corners as Circe starts to sort of like connect something in her own head for a second.
Victor's going to continue. And what makes that difference from dying one day?
Because there's a plan when rulers die, Victor. You have state funerals. You have a next in line. You have a plan.
Not every death is able to be planned for.
They always.
Accidents, wars,
royalties have plans, Victor. And she kind of points to Castilla for a second and then realizes that might offend Castilla because of all the things Castilla has said about not really wanting to be queen. So she pulls her arm back in kind of quickly. They have plans. People have plans for when royalty dies. They always have. Whether it's next in line, whether it's like the rulers of parliaments or something, there's always someone else. And for us, there wasn't. There was her, and then there was nothing.
And you have to make your own plan, your own. You have to choose for yourself.
And we did. But it still hurts. Victor, I don't think you are really understanding how jarring it is to have somebody who is all in charge and then you have nothing. You have no parliaments, you have no chain of power, you have no next in line, you have no person who decides to step up. And then somebody has to decide to step up and plan things, and it just. People don't heal. They didn't heal. They didn't have time to try and heal because everybody had to immediately step up and start doing stuff. And
She's
I
right.
get it.
She's right. Regardless of whether or not I intended for my people to decide for themselves eventually, I did leave. Therefore, the events that happened after were in the cause of my abruption. I take full responsibility for all of it.
Yeah, I'll go back and tell him that.
But I did leave a plan. I just did not want that plan to be forced to take such a mantle of responsibility.
He didn't want to tell anyone that.
For what?
How are we supposed to?
What would they have done if they found out that daughters of the Fey Queen existed? What would that have done for your lives?
So we were your plan.
Originally, yes. But plans always... Nothing ever goes as planned. And after I had you and River, and Pearl, plans changed. It was no longer about another disciple or another Fey Queen to come, or a 1 out of 3 chance. It was, what could I have done to possibly give you all a normal life and not be forced to sit upon a throne and eventually become deified? I loved my people very much, but I found something that I loved more, and I had to choose.
So you left us.
I also trusted in my people. I didn't baby them for all their lives. Everything I did to the moment that I left, I prepared them for the possibility But if I let them know that I was going to leave, then they would search for me. They would look for me. They would tire themselves until there was no effort left. Instead of moving on and doing things for themselves. That doesn't change that what I did was wrong. That doesn't change that I am indeed the enemy here. But people in charge don't always make the nicest decisions. They make the ones they need to.
Did you have a hand in who I went to?
I had a hand in your safety, not who found you.
Well, I was going to congratulate you for one thing, I guess, but
No, it's all you. The family you found that raised you, your actual family. A blessing.
they are. I Do you have any connection to your simulacrum anymore? Or any connection beyond looking to the plane?
No. At this point, with the amount of ether that's been drained from me, I can only spare so little at times. I can no longer do much. I can only see and watch, regardless of what ends up happening to my people or to my children or to myself. That Anastasia is not me anymore. But a part of me is still inside of her. We originated from the same place, just deviated. And it seems like her kinder side did not leave. She did not get consumed by vengeance entirely. She's done better than me, at least.
He saved me, you know. Me, Victor, and Isa. The only reason we really stumbled into most of this in the first place. It's the only reason I began to know anything about me. Does anyone else know? Did you tell anyone else that you had kids?
I couldn't. Most of my trusted guards within the castle knew, kept you safe for as long as they could. And they did. Till the last one. But once the last one was gone, no one knew.
My mom said she knew the moment she saw me.
Your mother's a very smart woman. From what I can see, at least. She's very in tune with the Fae. I'm not surprised.
You would be freaking out if she heard you say that.
I do not ask for forgiveness, because I do not deserve it. But I only mean to try to help as much as I can, at least for my final moments. To try to be a mother, because I couldn't.
You know you're not allowed to die until I actually get to meet the real you, right? Until River gets to meet the real you, though. Unfortunately, I feel like River might slap you. And I don't really know how I feel about it yet.
I will try. She turns her head, and you get her side profile again. There is no trial here. Like I said, it's but a moment of respite. But unfortunately, this is all I was able to allow. And then you blink, and you're in the cave.
One more time. She's fine. Bessie sort of visually the tension that she's been holding in her shoulders and her entire body, really, she just visually deflates and sort of sits on the ground. And she just starts to cry. Just full, like, ugly cry. And maybe she throws up a little. I don't know. She even throws up a little in there, but she definitely is, like, full on, just ugly crying. Kind of. And it's kind of that cry where, like, the person doesn't necessarily look sad. It's more like that release of tension is just, like, it's just come out in, like, I don't know what emotion I'm expressing, I'm just gonna cry kind of thing.
Victa gives his support. His hand is still over the shoulder, and right now is just a shoulder to lean on.
Castilla is doing a side hug because she doesn't want to be too overbearing, but You are loved.
God, she's so not allowed to die before I can smack her myself.
We are going to drag her out of the moon and slap her and slap her.
Yep.
Slap her full hand.
And break her
Full-handed
kneecaps. You can do that too.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, she has wings, but yeah. Break everyone's kneecaps. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel anymore, and I'm very stressed about everything, and I don't know why I'm crying. She's like, it's kind of that now cry, like where you see like the tears are still falling, but she's like, I don't know how to stop them. I don't know how to regulate my emotions anymore. I'm just crying, and I don't know why.
And the benefit of this sort of scenario is no one's really asking for. None of us have expectations for how you should be acting about this.
No, that's nobody tell anybody that I burst into tears or threw up in my mouth a little multiple times.
Nope, you handled it like a champ, and there's no better way you could have reacted.
Exactly, totally, 100%. It was so good, and I was I punched her in the face. That's what we're gonna say happened now.
You were very
And
cool.
you did it.
Thank you.
Didn't actually and you didn't fully throw up.
I did not fully throw up. That is very impressive, honestly. I thought I was going to. I genuinely thought multiple times that I was gonna puke. But yay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't
But
have to know.
hey, Duck's alive.
That's true.
That's fun. That's a
But
fun
he's underground. We know that. We can ask around. Somebody's bound to know underground places.
I liked that outcome the most out of all of that.
I already have an idea, a small idea of a possible place he could be. Or to start looking around, real world. Where is the map? That big ass crater that the church was in.
Woo!
That's what I'm trying to refer to, but I don't remember what's actually.
The pit. They just call it the pit, but it's the pit for
Where all the villains are.
DuckTales.
No, he means the drag vault.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Drake
For
Vault
some
pit.
reason, I thought you meant the prison. I was like, oh god,
No,
he's in
He's in prison.
but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's an idea at least.
Exactly.
I mean, if we know he's alive, and we can maybe talk to him somewhat at some point. I think it was a good outcome, as much as it could have been. You know?
Good perspective to have.
Yeah. I feel like I need to cry every now and again because it stresses me out. Just the thought of everything stresses me out a lot.
If you need to, we won't be
Turns out I
we won't
hold-
judge.
Frankly, I think we all need to have a good cry every now and then.
Right? Turns out I hold a lot of resentment. I didn't realize I held that. I'm really sorry I pointed really aggressively at you, Castilla, for a second. I didn't mean to. I was getting really stressed.
There's emotions. Things are happening.
I didn't know what to do, and I was being very physical
You did great.
in my mannerisms.
It happens.
Unfortunately, I am not entirely able to share in that notion of being able to have a cry, as I do not technically have tear ducts.
You don't have tear ducts? Oh no.
Oh my god, we need okay, out of character, he needs to pull a goddamn Ratatouille and develop something.
Yeah, we need to develop you some tear ducts, because I mean,
Part of
crying is
crying
so
is-
nice.
it's cathartic. It kind of makes you feel like I feel great. I feel great now, even though her eyes are like so red and her cheeks are a little bit puffy. She's like, I feel great. This is great. I'm doing so well right now.
it's similar to crying, but it serves a similar purpose. But I am able to do that. I am able to do this, and you see Vika like just do that. Okay, wait, no. Lizards normally, some lizards like their eyeballs, but some have second eyelids. Just
Both. He has both.
he
Oh
he
my
does not
God.
lick his eye. He does not lick his eyeball.
Damn.
Yet,
Yeah, he's got somebody else to do it.
no.
Yes. Canon now.
Kobold tradition. No.
You were too
Bonding.
slow. I already made it canon. I'm sorry.
No, but you just see like a second eyelid quickly close in like that that like 50% transparency thing.
Hell yeah, double island, Victor.
I love that. That is so cool.
I've been told before it's a bit unsettling to I've been told it's unsettling to view on a multiple occasions, so I've mostly hid it behind my normal blinking.
I love it.
It's pretty cool.
I love it.
In that case, I'll try to suppress the feeling of needing to hide it.
I thought you were gonna say I'll suppress it more, and I got very scared for a second, Victor.
It looks
I would say otherwise, but given this group, that is honestly, that is concerningly not an out of the blue assumption.
Don't shove everything we do under a carpet and move on.
Something tells me the cave's trying to tell us to not do that.
oh fun.
You know, she kind of stands up and kind of stretches her wings out a little. She's not been flying and it winds her out. I think it's hilarious that Moon Mom was like, "Hey, this isn't a trial," and I'm just like fucking having a mental breakdown over here. But I think she was trying to be nice. She was weirdly nice, right? Though that wasn't just me in my weird emotional state,
Well, technically, that also was the first time we've met actual Anastasia.
right?
I just
I
don't
mean-
know if it helps. Sorry, Toots.
I mean, to be fair, having hundreds of years to just watch and ruminate on your own thoughts, that would, at least for most people, I hope, would turn them, would get rid of the anger at least.
Also, right, Alma, you've never heard about the whole Anastasia shtick, have you?
I have not. I've not had the honor.
Okay, Castilla's gonna give a quick rundown as quick as we can, but the cave gives us infinite time. It's basically gonna sum up because I have no idea if I can ramble this as Castilla coherently. How we ran into Anastasia, how she apparently ties into what's called the warp. Short explanation of the warp and ether. How basically it sparked this whole leading us to all this insane bullshit that Alma's gotten to experience, and how she's maybe cool but also not. We're all very unsure how to feel, and also she's Circe's mom and Pearl's mom and River's mom apparently.
Yeah, she has not met. She's also Alma has not met Pearl, only heard of.
Well, Pearl. So Castilla will say, "Mom of a friend."
Mm.
Sure.
was-
No, I
yeah.
can run with it.
Surprise! The Fey Queen is in the moon, and she mothers multiple people,
She,
including me.
Yeah.
Queen.
Okay,
So,
yeah, no, sure.
So Alma, any weird parentage we should know about before we go? Because it's gonna be either you, me, or Spiss next.
Oh yeah.
Good lord, let me think. I mean,
That's so
my
true.
dad's got a congenital heart disease, but that feels normal.
That's under that is under the umbrella of what is considered normal. Yes.
Um, no, it all feels pretty normal to me.
Insight check.
Inside check.
I do this because of the one thing when we were leaving, Castilla realized Alma was hiding something, so
A bitch hides something multiple
10.
times and gets caught once, and suddenly you're hiding something.
Suddenly you're
Uh,
hiding.
If you're trying to hide, if you're trying to be deceptive, go ahead, Alma. 10's
I'm
not.
not.
Very, oh,
It's
yeah.
God's honest truth. Her parents had a normal love story.
Did they
There's not
divorce?
any weird gods.
As far as Alma
you have to
knows,
roll
her family
12
is
to know
normal.
her parents are adored.
Okay,
Are
Castilla's
divorced.
suspecting there's a divorce.
Okay.
That's all she's getting out of this.
Oh, yeah.
Castilla's like, we've
as
only
far-
met your mom. How do we know your dad's in the picture?
They might still be in the picture together and have meals together, but maybe they're better off as friends than lovers, you know?
Okay.
This turns into
I don't want to
fantasy
think about my
marriage
parents
counseling.
as lovers. Thank you.
Castilla is really just like tried to like is just suspicious at the normalcy of a scenario. Like
There's no fucking chance that this person is a weird ass soul lion, and now we're all confirming we're from different like universes or whatever, and this and that, and that most of us probably shouldn't exist. There's no fucking way this person's normal.
Like,
Not a
okay.
goddamn chance.
Something's
No,
gotta be
parents-
wrong.
Her parents are normal. Did she watch her grandpa try to kill her dad in front of her? Yeah, but like we all
Fucking
get one knowledge.
hell!
You knew this. I told you guys this.
I
Not in
don't remember.
character.
Oh shit.
Mm.
That might have been why I don't remember it because I didn't write it down.
That's fair.
So, are we
Anyway, I'm
gonna?
perfectly normal. Do we want to keep going?
Are we going to the next area? I mean, we didn't really do it. It was quite a nice respite. We didn't really do any fighting or magic using or
Well,
anything like that.
not
don't think we'll
not
have to-
everything has to be a massive show.
yeah.
And who knows, that might have, considering what she said, it might have not actually been a trial.
No, they
So-
did not say that. That means I have to do something else, and I'm not.
Congrats,
I'm
you're
not
gonna have
happy
to
about-
fight. Cersei, congrats, you're gonna have to fight your pets.
Oh God, we do not want to fight my pet. I have some really. You really don't want to meet some of them. I mean, you do, but you don't on fighting circumstances. That would not
Well,
be fun for anyone.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Positive attitude, folks. Positive attitude.
I mean, I've just been spectating this entire time, but it does feel like we can manage this.
Alma, I'm so sorry if you get dragged into something and
You have an
Only
emotional
my
epiphany.
soul has cancer. At this point, I can take it.
sorry, Mickey, can you repeat that?
No.
I heard somebody has cancer. I didn't process.
That sucks for you.
Mickey,
Come
please.
on.
She's just like, you told me my soul has cancer.
It's fantasy.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I thought you were saying somebody in your family. I was like, lore reveal?
Like
No.
we legitimately did not hear you.
No,
Okay.
you have fantasy cancer.
Freaks.
Congrats, you're like Issa.
Yay!
Oh yeah, didn't Issa? I heard Issa showed up. How was he?
He didn't show
Uh,
up. I was assuming. That was my speculation because I was like, oh, something, we're not from this realm. And then it clicked in my head that because it was like, oh, Guk would be remembered or something. And I'm like, fuck, that's what happened to Issa, isn't it? He's not from this goddamn realm.
I love him.
I hope he's doing good.
Me
Mm.
too.
Wait, no, that
Hey, that wasn't a promising
just-
sound, dog.
Jesse, don't say that. Don't do
Mm.
this.
I mean it's Issa.
Jesse.
It was Issa. I mean that would also imply that that Castilla is not from this realm because we've only gotten the confirmation that or the heavy hinting, wink wink, of Circe and Victa because of their interaction with the skin book.
Good old skin book. Good old.
But Esau also interacted with
Skinny.
the skin book.
That was that was after, like, and that it was in a similar
the rat
severity, but
hole.
but different relevance. Like,
Gotcha.
I'll tell you what.
To the rat tsunami.
Now you know what? I'll let you guys keep toiling with that. That's fine.
We'll find him one day. We'll get our man back.
There's parts of that beginnings that you guys think are true and are you guys are thinking it in a correct way, but not at the same time. But I'll let you guys toil with that because when the inevitability of the truth comes to mind, some of those things you're toiling with as characters are gonna sound hilarious.
Yippee!
Love it.
huzzah!
So we're correct, but around the corner.
But not really.
Correct, but not really.
Stone's throw away from the answer.
We're like on a different
I
plot.
can't give you everything.
One
You
day you
could.
will.
That would make things a lot easier, though.
One day I will. One day I would love to get into the intricacies of some of these characters. Because a lot of them have a lot of. There are themes to a lot of these characters, and I seem to have noticed with myself that I like to pair characters a lot. The duality thing is one of my favorite things to do. So there's things individually representative of these characters, and there's things relationship-wise that represent stuff in these characters.
All I want for Christmas is Lord.
Oh, Lord.
I was very for a moment, I was very confused on where the relevance was, but
I'm determined to make that goddamn red string board at some point.
It's gonna be your
Alright,
Christmas
guys.
present, a cork board and red strings.
What are we
Before
doing
we
now?
leave the
Hmm?
room, Sussy just wants to go over to where the Fey Queen was, where she last saw her sitting at her desk.
Mhm.
And she kneels down to the ground and places her hand on the floor, and a little flower just comes out from the ground of this cave, and it looks almost like the crystals that you see that I guess everyone but Alma has seen in the Fae. No, you would have seen them in this image of the floating crystals that have the ether in them. It's almost like it kind of looks like a crystallized flower, but it is a real flower. It just has patterns that make it look like it's made of crystal.
Mhm.
And it just where she was sat for a second, and she sort of kind of messes with it as it's growing, and then she just leaves it, just stands up. I don't know if the magic cave is gonna let that one live, but it's here now. And she looks at it for a second and then walks away, goes with everyone else.
As you all head to the next room, a moment of vision, like before. On the surface of Mizu, the sky black, the stars in a distance, in a form of some kind in front. Not almost like the vision itself is blurring this individual. Words get exchanged. This individual says, and I hope you understand. You are but a means to an end to them. A catalyst. And for that, I must get you as far away from them as possible. and you hear, of course, as you see parts of the moon itself break apart and form around into a circle. And from within, not too far off, stepping in, is the Anastasia that you know, the simulacrum. Rage in her face, a spell in her hand, a fight that you've seen before lets out as a final hit. A unviewable individual lying on the ground with his back against a rock. I'm sorry, but I did what needed to be done. And that's it. And you guys approach the next light.
We got this.
Totally. Alright. What color is this light? Just out of curiosity.
They're all white. They're all. It's
Oh,
all.
okay.
It's the effect of the sunlight outside of a cave as you're exiting. So that way you can't really see what's on the other end because you're blinded by the light itself. But we'll now take our 10-minute break.
Wow.
I don't
Give
know
me
why,
time to
but
try and find that quote that I'm looking for.
I don't know why, but with these visions, I like the implication that the reason we don't acknowledge them is because like we don't know that everyone else saw them.
I
We
love
can o-
that.
we
Wow,
can
good
only
thing I'm the
assu-
only normal person here.
so we can only assume we're like,
Like, oh shit, did anyone else see that? Can I tell them that I fucking just saw it? Is that insane?
should I mention that? It seemed important, but
Will everyone go, yeah, we saw it too, it's fine. If I mention it,
yeah, I didn't want to mention it either. But like, you know,
I wasn't sure if I was being insane.
okay, yeah, like, yeah, that's all. So far, the two of them. So that was most likely a type of trial, if it wasn't an actual trial, based on Anastasia's words.
I mean, she seemed to imply that it wasn't a trial at all, but I feel like it was, and she maybe just because she even kind of hinted that she wasn't really that it seemingly didn't affect her as much as it affected everyone else. So maybe she genuinely didn't think it was that big. So she's like, I am in pieces right now, and she's like, oh well, shut up.
she could have also
Yeah,
been saying it wasn't a trial because Circe couldn't fail it.
Oh, cute. I love not being able to fail stuff because that's Ceci's brand.
Or it might have been, or it might have also been an attempt to make it to put less pressure on Circe.
I'd
Didn't
assume it's
work.
the latter.
Yeah,
That failed. She failed the trial.
like
Where is this quote?
basically just saying this is not graded. It's fine.
Fine,
It's-
you got this.
And then
I'm
you get
gonna
the
actually
Season
step.
1, 2.
and then you get the paperback and there's like a red marking all over it.
Yeah, she's watched Circe her entire life, and she's like, man, she's really shit at tests. Like, she's really good at like doing the physical stuff, but the moment it's like pen to paper, she crumbles. So she's like, I'm not gonna give her an actual test because she'll fail it.
She can't know this is a trial. She'll bomb it on purpose.
Yeah,
Crazy.
she'll just leave. She'll just wild shape and fly out the window. Just give up.
She'll go ask if there's somewhere else in the party she can assist with.
Yeah, can I do a different trial? Actually, I don't want. I don't want to do this one anymore. Can I be graded on Victor's trial? She would have failed that one too, though, because she would have.
Oh my god.
She leaves the room and goes to the guy who led us there and was like, "Hey, so is there another part of the castle that I can help set up the party for?" Like,
Yeah, can I just be a part of it? Actually, I mean, I do have the stone shape spell, so I just make a doorway in this magic cave and leave. I'm like, I'm out. Excuse me, magic caveman. I would like to help build these instead. That can be my trial.
so funny.
Yeah, this is sending me off the edge. Where is this? I'm trying to find the quotes that I wrote down when Anastasia was fighting Zephyr. I wrote down a bunch of them, and I can't fucking remember what it was. No, not there. Because now that we know that, like, Moon Anastasia, like Feywild Queen Anastasia, was like kind of chill about the idea of being put in the moon. And it was Simulacrum Anastasia that was fighting, like, all of the fights that we've seen was her, not the real Anastasia. So Simulacrum Anastasia killed Zephyr, not not the real Anastasia. Oh, is it here? Hold on. It's not this. Anna is older. He Amizu appears in the fate. Cut to Anastasia and Zephyr fighting. Sorry. Goodbye. I made a mistake. I have to fix this, and can't have you getting in my way. I guess that kind of makes sense if Zephyr is fighting fake Anastasia. Simulacrum Anastasia.
Question, what nickname are we going to give Simulacrum Anastasia now?
Oh, there's so many. I've literally been writing Seema in my
Seema?
in my notes.
That sounds so close to Sigma. I'm so sorry.
I know, but I couldn't think of anything else at the time. So I was like, because I was writing Anastasia for like Anastasia. Well, I write Anna because I'm too lazy to write Anastasia. So then I've just been writing like Queen Anna. Let Z, because I don't write Zephyr, I just write the letter. Seal her away. The Seema fought Z over it. That's
Wait,
what I read.
I have a somehow worse idea. Sim Yalacrum and Astasia Sans.
Da-da-da-da.
I've just been calling it Anastasia and the Fey Queen.
I mean, yeah.
Like, that's her name now, the Fey Queen.
That's the real Anastasia.
You know, I didn't know that before, and I'm not changing it.
Let's just call her Moon Mom and Fake Mom.
Okay, that's actually a
She's
pretty
all
good...
of our moms. Whether she wants to be or not, she is our mother.
Instead of going around and going around and like finding like NPCs to adopt, like as like kids, as our children, we're finding NPCs to adopt as our parents.
Yeah,
We are
exactly.
going to get the parent squad.
Exactly. The true parent squad.
Spiss now has more motivation to go back to where she went on the moon, and just figure out how to blow up that big floating sphere thing.
Get her out of the moon space so I can slap her.
Yes, Spiss is gonna like punch it into pieces.
I love how Spiss is so like, no, we're not gonna go near my parents at all. But the second somebody else's comes up, who's kind of shitty sometimes, we're all like, yeah, let's beat them up, but not our own.
Yeah.
Beat 'em up.
This is
Beat
like,
up the bad parents.
Unhealthy hypocrisy.
Everyone gets adopted by Isla. That's it. Or Isla.
I
Queen
get a
Isla.
fourth
She.
mother.
You get a fourth mother. Spiss gets a second. Victa, I don't know if you had a mom. I don't know how kobolds work, but congrats, you have a mom now.
Weirdly.
You get a mother.
He wasn't looking for one, but all right.
Yay!
Spiss doesn't know what moms do, so she's gonna be real confused. Well, she knows what moms do, it's just not for her.
Oh.
Hasn't internalized that.
I just know that Queen Isla and Iris would get along so well.
Okay, I've been obsessing over this ever since. But Isla, like whatever's gone up with Isla and Guk, I want to fucking know.
Look, we can
How
find
did
him.
she
He's
know the work
alive.
shit? Well, I need them both to be found together, and then we bring him back to the castle, and we have a dinner, and he's like, "What the fuck is going on?"
He's like, I haven't seen you for like 12 years. And she's like, hey,
Sup?
I have kids now.
What's
I feel like
funny
it
too
would-
is, oh, go ahead.
I mean, it would have been like 20 to 30 years, because like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I said 12 years just as like an offhand, and then I was like, oh wait, he might not
Yeah.
have ever met her when she had kids. So.
See, I don't think because if it was closer to 20 years, yes, she would have had. Actually, no, because Castilla was her firstborn. Okay, one of her kids would have been born, Astrid, but Astrid wasn't in the family yet. So, because Astrid's was Magnus's niece, got adopted by him, and then he married into the family, so therefore the kids became part of the family. So Astrid and Lillian are adopted. Then there's Callum. So the order is Astrid, Castilla, Callum, Lillian, and then Theo. But most of them. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't feel like he would have met any of her children, because I feel like if he knew about what happened with Castilla when she was like when Queen Isla was pregnant, I feel like he would do something to try and help her. But
Right.
that's why I feel like he might not have even been there for that. Because I feel like he genuinely would have been like, I'm going to do everything I can to help you.
Uncle Guk has existed since day one, motherfuckers.
Yeah, because they feel like they're like, they
Honestly.
felt really close, right? Like the way that she seemed to be explaining their
Like-
adventures.
Yeah, like that's what I'm confused about. I want to know how she knows him, why she knows him, and the warp stuff. She knew what the warp is. She pinned it right away, which means
Yeah.
also I think she clocked Ain or something related to Ain. Meaning they've been around longer than we've known, and then Guk has told us. But granted, we didn't get to interact with Guk for too long before he got yeeted.
He got yeeted.
This is a
He's in the
got fucking snapped.
This is a little out there, but what if Guk is was the one who got Anastasia to help like Castilla's parents?
Yo.
Oh, like
Like,
help her
freaky.
because I'm not there too. Kind of
Yeah,
thing?
he's like, I can't do anything, but I know she can.
That would be adorable.
I get the feel. I don't.
I know.
I don't know
To
if
be
that
fair,
should
they
work.
I'm pretty sure. I pretty strongly remember Guk straight up not knowing Anastasia was still alive.
Well, yeah, he didn't.
Oh.
He didn't know she was around. He was something like. He thought she was kind of dead still in the other realm, because the last time he said he saw her was when she was like dead. Or dead, quotes dead. They were in a fight. Her hubris got her killed. I remember him saying that. And being a kind of a bit of a liar about it, because that was one of my first natural 20s. I remember that very well. The only time you can ever read a sibling of that family is if you roll Jocelyn. They're too good at lying.
Well,
But I love that idea.
I'm just laughing at your response.
Canon.
I feel weird saying it out loud, but it's also funny to me.
Look, it could be possible. It's different realms. The
It is
realms are-
possible. Because everyone was like, oh, Castilla's related to Anastasia. So, like,
Maybe
Right,
he's
retcon or
related.
not, I think we all need to sit down. You know what this cave needs to give us? The goddamn blood test. Who
Oh,
here is related?
Oh, yeah.
So does.
Who's the child?
Who's the father?
Who's the
Who's
father?
the father?
Who is the
Who
father?
is
We
the
have to go on
father?
reality TV right
You are not the father.
I want
All right,
Anastasia's
that
love
crosses
to
that
be
off.
a really cute, like nerdy dude who's just like completely non-relevant to everything. It's just like some dude named Steve. That
Steve
he-
Jobs?
It's just a random. Yeah, he runs an apple cart
now.
in town. It's Steve Jobs.
I'm sitting here like, oh, all this lore, and I'm like, I want all my lore. I want to learn all about her life, even if it's I went to school from this age to this age, and I learned barding, and I have a dad with a chronic heart condition.
Whether Alma wants it or not, because Alma's in this cave, there's gonna be things revealed.
There will
Woo!
be cave reveals.
I believe I am fully immune to the cave reveals. I actually think I'm gonna be fine.
You might be.
That's what they all say.
Fully immune.
Denial's helped me so far.
Or perhaps
Denial
the
is a
cave-
river in Egypt.
the
Your
cave could have not
husband
set
is
up-
gay.
The cave could have not set up a trial for Alma since Alma's just starting. But who knows? Who knows?
No, give her a trial.
The
Who knows
cave's
what's
just
gonna
being
happen?
nice. The
Your
cave's like,
trial is
"Ah."
to bake some cupcakes.
What if Alma is the only person here that doesn't have anything that they really have to deal with? They're like, nah, I know myself pretty well. I'm fine.
Alma is so self-aware.
We walk into Alma's room and it's just like, we didn't have anything to put here, so
It's just
do
a
you remember that
sign
one
that's like under
time-
construction.
There's like a little bit of confetti that shoots out and goes, congrats, question mark.
Oh,
And you move on. We just move on.
Congratulations, you're mentally stable.
Hey, the one person.
there's always room for trouble.
Did you say there's always? Okay, I misunderstood. Sorry, never mind. I'm not even gonna say what I heard.
All right.
I thought you said there was always room for Trump, and I got like, what?
Mm.
Hey, hold
I
on.
didn't hear the last bit. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, at the bottom of
never.
the cliff.
Is the
Hey,
next,
yo.
is the next BBG.
The foreman for a construction team trying to make a very large wall.
Yeah. We're trying to stop all the people from the other realms coming from our realm. We don't want that. No more Fey, no more nothing.
Don't you just mean Dawn or?
Pretty much.
Oh, the
yeah, I guess.
Dawn.
Yeah, well, the Don is more of like a disgusting depiction of a cowardice mob boss, but who clearly uses his powers for his own benefit, nothing else.
Yeah.
And has everyone else do his dirty work, so he doesn't have to lift a finger.
Yeah.
And the
Classic.
moment and just the moment that shit goes sideways near him, he just does his best to bolt.
Well, guess what? We're gonna cut his dick off. So
Woo.
Still is gonna cut his dick off.
exactly.
Don't try and drag Vigda into that.
Wow.
Victor, you want to go cut his dick off? Anyways.
No.
As the light shining in your eyes begins to fade, and you take your hands off of front of your face, blocking the sunlight, you are within a courtyard, a familiar courtyard.
My turn.
It is daytime. It is the spring in Stigheist, when the sky is at its least gloominess. You get the occasional days of actual sun and no cloud. Not like the unusual effects that were happening while you were there. There's no signs of construction anywhere. In fact, there's no damage to any of the buildings around. And before you is your family. Some of them.
Great. Great.
They're just doing their thing. Your little sister's reading a book. Your little brother is running around chasing a bird of sorts, trying to practice his stealth in order to get closer to the bird without spooking him. And your mother is also here. Just tending to the little garden, the little bit of flower that's in the courtyard.
Jesse, you're gonna break my heart, aren't you? Question. Are these like the ages pre 5-year skip or post 5-year skip?
Even it's pre 5-year skip.
Okay. So Theo's like still 5.
Yeah, Theo's still like that.
Oh God.
My heart.
It's gonna look sad for a minute, but still happy to see them.
Your mother turns and sees you. Oh, Castilla. You brought friends, I see.
I did, yes. I did.
Right. Well, nice to meet the rest of you. This is not a normal thing. I don't usually see you with such a large group of individuals.
Yeah, I made friends. They're good people. Very good people.
Nice to meet all of you.
It
pleasure.
is nice to meet you as well.
If you haven't been told, we are a bit unique in terms of a family. We're all a little different here and there because it is me and my 2 partners. But these are all her brothers and sisters, and we are all, of course, related by body and blood.
Weird way to phrase that, but okay.
Is there anything you need from me, Castilla?
I'm gonna be so honest. Castilla is very like doesn't know what to do because this doesn't feel right to her. As nice it is to see her family all here. This is not the mom she's interacted with current day. These are not the siblings she's interacted with current day. It's a little bit of a slap in the face to see them, so she's kind of just blank staring.
Does Castilla have her mask on?
I think she would.
You do not.
Oh, great. Oh, Castilla feels awful now. Like, I feel like she'd probably be thinking, like, adjusting the mask and then realize it's not there and you just see a flash of dread.
She's not wearing the mask right now?
Nope.
She kind of pulls her scarf up over her face a bit.
Is it on her hip? Just out of curiosity, is it on her hip where it normally is?
It's not on her at all, currently. Visually.
Oh no. In her head, she just says, I don't want to harm you. I think you already realize you're not wearing it, but it's also not there at all. I thought it would be better if I told you instead of you reaching for it and it wasn't there and then panicking. It's not there.
Castilla's been reaching for it. And she just kind of awkwardly like goes to reach for it, realizes it's not there, and just kind of taps her leg a bit.
Yeah, it's not there.
Is something the matter?
Yeah, yes. My mask. I don't have my mask.
Your mask.
My mask.
Have you bought a mask recently?
So she's got hands on her hips, tilt her head back, like, oh fuck. Not saying it out loud because Theo's there, but forgive me for saying this, but what do you know about me?
That's quite the silly question, Castilla. You're my daughter. I know just about everything, at least that I've seen myself. Obviously, you have your secrets. What in particular? What is your concern?
The mask, the fact that I don't leave the castle, the fact that I locked myself in a room for 10 years.
You've never done such a thing.
Oh.
Are you actually my mom?
Of course.
Is any of this real?
I don't understand.
This isn't what I know. None of this is right in my head.
You are my daughter, Castilla. In flesh and blood. As you hear her say flesh and blood for the second time, it's almost like you hear chalk scratch in your ears. You're mine. I birthed you.
Right. Issa. What do you know about Issa?
Your friend. Well, Issa recently hasn't been here. Issa decided to venture off and study within the Azure Sanctum. I haven't seen Issa in a while. I hope Issa's doing well.
I hope so too. This all just feels too good to Castilla. This isn't... Like, she looks like she has been slapped across the face. She has just dread all over her. Her body's locked up.
You should probably take a breather. I'll go get you something to drink, perhaps. Would you all like tea?
That would be
That
lovely.
that would be appreciated. Yes, thank
All right.
you.
I'll be here in a few minutes with the tea. Come on, children. And she scurries. She grabs your little brother and tells your little sister, "Come on, you can go read over here."
I kind of flay up a little to kind of be at her side and sort of just. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna like kind of rub my hand on her arm.
You okay?
No. I don't think I can be. This isn't right. In my head, it's not me. It's something else. Maybe another being they've seen. Maybe the other Castilla. It can't be me. There's no way.
maybe the point of the trial, able to acknowledge what what would be considered different, and not in and acknowledging what is different and quote unquote wrong, and not clinging on to what could be, accepting that things, accepting that what is, accepting what is the current scenario is, accept and accepting the current scenario as it is and as reality.
Maybe it's not a bad idea. I know I'm my family. That's my family. I know that's my mom. Those are my dads. I know those are my siblings.
As you say all those words, Castella, family scratches in your ear again. Mom scratches in your ear again. Siblings scratches in your ear again. Like the sound of chalk, a chalkboard scratching across.
As in, okay, is that like nails on a chalkboard or
Like
chalk
nails on
being-
a chalkboard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Castilla like kind of covers her ears for a minute as if like that could block out the sound. I doubt it is, but
Are you hearing something? Oh, I
yes.
do assume that this is only Castilla hearing that.
It's only Castella that hears that.
Every time I mention them, something fights back in my head. It feels like somebody's grating nails on chalk. As if saying, no, this is wrong. You're wrong, Castilla. This isn't right. Everything is wrong here. This isn't your family.
This is like a psychological torture cave, yeah?
Probably.
So, do you think maybe deep down you feel like they aren't your real family because you're not, like you're a robot or something, you're not biologically related to them? So there's some distance there, even if you're not willing to admit it?
Probably. I mean, isolation does that to you.
Okay. I don't know how to address that dissonance, but I feel like calling it out might help.
Perhaps. I know I'm scared. I know I don't like the fact that this isn't my body. Or at least the body I was born into. Everything feels wrong about, I guess, me. That's what I'm trying to say. That I'm the odd one out. They're the ones who should be right, not me.
And yet, after all this time, they've still accepted you as their sister, their daughter. They don't see. They have not ostracized you.
Your mother returns. But is that true?
Excuse me?
Even from the beginning, you did not share flesh or blood with your family.
Not everyone does.
True.
Astra doesn't. I mean, Lillian doesn't.
But now there's the added effect of you perhaps never supposed to exist.
And yet
So we
here
have
she is.
body, blood, and soul. Here she is in existence, in an anomaly amongst anomalies, even a part of your group. The sky begins to darken. Her hand touches her chin. It's intriguing. There is only one catalyst that is ever born. And one cannot be made. And yet you're perfect. Her hand reaches her cheek, and her nails dig in. Castilla? As she pulls her face off, and her face turns into a white mask. Is this what you were looking for?
Yes.
Do you know where this comes from?
Not entirely, but Ain is my first suspect.
Kind of, I guess. You are correct and incorrect at the same time. The mask is pulled away from the front of the individual's face. Impulse lies on the other end. So, what do you consider yourself? You are twice body removed. Once so unfated. The scenery changes. No longer within the castle courtyard, submerged in water. It is the castle itself, dug into sand, under a lake or a river, an ocean. This is what's supposed to happen. Different statues of members of the family at different ages. But none of you even if the rest of you weren't necessarily meant to be born, there was still a spot. Almost like the realm made a little nook for you. But in any conceivable future possibility, you are the biggest anomaly.
And does that scare you?
No. Why would I care? Even amongst my sisters, I am the least important. The one that most people tend to fear is the wasp, or whatever it is you call her.
Yeah. Nice.
I fully embrace what I will become next. Ayin. Get used to that name.
Still, it's just kind of glaring daggers at her. Them, her, pronouns.
It.
It.
Them.
Right.
Whatever.
Right. Staring daggers at it.
Well, you can have your mask back. And she throws it at you. That isn't the only one. In my hands, it can make me anyone who I want to be. Or anyone who I want around me to be as well, if they have one of my masks. Memories, voice. It mimics just about as much as I need. Has everyone you've talked to really been the people you've talked to? Was it always your mother? Was it always your little brother? Was it always your chef? But of course, it had to be. Or was it? Would anyone you talk to next be the same? Will they be who you think they are? There is no trial for you, Castilla. Because there's nothing to trial. See you back in Eden. And you fade back into the castle cave.
Holy shit.
Music needs to be changed.
The timing of that evil piano music was.
That was so good. That wound me the hell up. Oh. So are we in the castle courtyard or are we in the cave?
You're in the cave.
Oh, lovely.
So you didn't get a trial, you just got her being rude as hell.
Lion the witch and the audacity of this bitch.
Right? That's all I was thinking of, and that's why I posted it.
Still, it's just standing there fuming.
Yeah. That felt really way more personal than I feel like the other ones were.
I am going to bitch slap the fuck out of it.
Yeah. I mean, it was an open invitation. Invitation. It was an open invitation for you to just like fuck it up.
Yeah.
Like,
I get
felt
it.
very
I
much
shouldn't
like, "Come and
exist."
get me."
But what the hell bringing my family into this?
Right?
We can try and
Def-
go back and blow it up.
Okay, yeah, actually, that's a very tempting idea. Let's do that when we get out of here, though.
Like It definitely felt like it was trying to sow some sort of seed of doubt for you on everyone that you talked to. And I feel like that's a valid criticism these days, I fear. But yeah, I don't know. A grain of salt, I suppose.
Fizz is gonna
I-
reach up and like try and pull on her face, and then turn. I think I'm me.
Is that how we tell?
I don't know. She
Pull at each other's face and see if it comes off.
I mean, her face.
I
came off.
feel that that the personal nature of that ties into your importance in their plans as as apparently the catalyst.
I need to say this now. Should I ever, and I mean ever, start playing into their hands or doing whatever this catalyst shit is, kill me, please. I mean it. I do not want to go anywhere near them. And I'm talking all of them. All of the Ayin, whatever the hell they are, siblings, sisters, who cares? All of them. Do not ever let me be so stupid to do that.
Yeah, all right.
Because by God, do they seem like the most isolated motherfuckers.
And rude.
And that's coming from me, who locked herself in her room for almost 10 years. That sucked.
Yeah.
She said.
But, yes?
She said only one catalyst is born, but you're perfect. So who's the catalyst?
It means there's somebody else then, maybe, or...
Unless it's me, because I'm,
Right.
This kind of twirls her hand around, gesture into the cave. But
Also, Cave, what the fuck bringing Impulse in here? Like, I get the Toru thing, I get
That seems like a
Anastasia.
security hazard.
That did seem like a security hazard. I really hope you had the ability to, like, prevent Impulse from doing stupid stuff outside of trial-based things.
Unreal.
It might. I mean,
Do not send her home with a goodie basket, please.
I mean,
Sorry, them
I mean,
home with a goodie basket.
it might have been a similar situation that material realm Anastasia has with being a projection and not to be able to interact with certain
Lame.
things.
You know what? No. I think that Impulse was being petty and mad that they probably never got to experience the love of a family, or they did and then they fucked it up. You know what? No, I'm not going to put into this. I'm going to love my family. I'm going to love people. I don't know who I am. We're going to figure that out with time. But by God, do not ever let me act like that.
I love
Fuck
it.
you, Impulse.
Yeah.
And Castille's going to, like, punch the air.
I thought she was gonna try and punch the wall or something.
She's going to breathe and then, like, kind of hold the mask, chuck it, but not to break it. And then after a few seconds, go and pick it up. Because she's not getting rid of that just yet.
Not to. I'm not saying like go all in and put it on the mask. You can do that with the mask.
Huh?
I can be anybody, and I could be your next door neighbor. Do you reckon you could do that with the mask? Like it's like got like a power that means that you can. Because she said anybody who has one of my masks has the power to be. And you, I don't know. I'm not saying that we should throw the mask on your face. That feels a bit weird and feels kind of too soon, maybe. But I don't know. It's some food for thought.
Still's gonna take a deep breath, throw on the mask, and like kind of like I don't know if it's gonna work, but she's gonna fake imitate Callum. Oh, look at me, Mr. Knight in shining armor. I'm gonna help Valentis, and like kind of just like basically be a little shit sister.
Yep, you see Castilla's best imitation of Callum.
I'm really hopeful. that was gonna do something.
Honestly, I'm a little happy I didn't. And if it does, well, then I'm gonna use it to imitate my siblings and be a little bitch
That's
to them and them only, because that's what siblings do. You
That
don't
is.
terrorize and mentally traumatize people.
Yeah.
That's bad.
That's bad. That's bad.
I only will do it though, potentially to kill Spiss's parents, but we'll get there when we get there. Spiss, can I kill your parents?
What?
I don't like your parents.
I love it.
I'm not gonna
Fine.
do anything without your permission, but
I feel like just jumping to that's a bit strong, a bit much.
This is kind
Right.
of just like
can I
staring
get your
and
parents
blinking.
arrested? Can I have them lose their titles?
I don't know how well that'll go, considering they apparently run the prison.
Hmm.
Maybe you should give Spiss a title that's higher than whatever they are.
Castilla snaps her fingers. I can do that. I have authority.
That would
you
be
could-
hilarious.
You could possibly make Spiss a personal bodyguard of you,
Like a knight.
putting the importance of your safety. Putting the emphasizing on how Spiss is capable of keeping you, the princess of the princess of Stig Heist, safe.
I don't know if I'm doing a very good job if that's my job.
They don't need to know that.
She's not
Oh.
dead. That's a good start.
Castilla is thinking about things now, and like you just see her mind going. It's gone less from the rage to, oh shit, I could do this.
Gone from anger to shenanigans.
Anger to pissing off nobility.
Yeah.
From anger to spite.
Exactly. Spite to live and be a good person. Because no, you don't get to come in here and say that stuff. It's mean.
You're being such a meaty head.
You're being mean. For crying out loud, I know I'm messed up, but Jesus, did you have to come in here and say that? Yes, you did. You were legally obligated in the cave, but
You didn't need to do it in such a horrible manner. Do better. Actually, don't.
God, this cave's weird. No, it's mean, but also enlightening, I suppose, in some ways.
enlightening that I would like to not, you know, do all the whole catalyst stuff. By the way, Mickey, Castilla basically went from being very pissed off about Impulse saying, don't trust anybody, yada yada yada, all that fun like sowing seeds of doubt to Castilla basically yelling how she hates Impulse to
Okay.
mocking her brother because she wanted to see if the mask thing would change her, like Mask of Many Phases, to giving Spiss a title because we hate Spiss's parents in this household.
Why does that necessitate that we give Spiss a title?
Because
Spiss is-
Good
Castilla
question.
hates Spiss's parents and started to say, Spiss, can I kill your parents?
And if we give her a title better than Spiss's parents, it would be hilarious. The Spiss walks up and she's like, "Hey, I have a better title than you."
Okay, that's
And
the context
Spiss-
I needed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's also relevant that Spiss's parents are relevant to Stig Heist in that they're the people in charge of the largest prison in Stig Heist.
Yeah.
So they're
Working a private prison.
yeah. I mean, actually no, I don't know if it's like how much it's under how much it's under the government. Like whatever, we'll figure that out in the future.
Dig
That's
heist.
a good question. I don't think it's a private prison. I think Spiss's
we don't fully
family
know.
just runs it for the continent, but who knows?
It could either be like they've been assimilated into the government structure, or they were already running it, and the government just let them keep doing that. So
I kid
Who
you not,
knows?
I'm literally Googling titles right now. Castilla
Also,
is scheming in her head.
Also, what is it with air genasi and and presumably pits in the ground? Because these guys got the whole canyon, and the ones in Snake Eyes have a large prison that presumably goes deeper, goes down. Like,
Because it's the last place you'd expect an air genasi.
So true.
honestly, that checks out. Funnily enough,
If you had to look for an air genasi, I'd probably look up, not in the ground.
Not down.
when you look in the mountains, you find all the earth genasi and water genasi. God, you find the fire genasi in the ocean.
Exactly. The realm of like the endless water. It's just a city of
Fucking
fire genasi like floating above it.
So,
God.
is there any more aggressive punching we want to do in the air or at the wall? It's this case.
Think.
Or maybe-
No, I think I'm good. I think this is something I'm going to process over the next few days.
Processing's good.
Processing is good. I'm gonna scheme a title now.
I love that.
Sis, do you want to be masculine pronouns or feminine pronouns for titles?
Feminine?
Can do.
This is
I love it. Look,
this
we
has
end this
gone-
cave.
This has gone from like trying to like be helpful to like console Castilla and is now just confused.
We're getting a title, Spence. It's gonna be great.
You're helping by going with the flow.
Yeah, that's true. Just let her
Oh,
cook.
Spitz, do you have a last name? This is important to me.
I mean, I have my family last name.
Do you want that used? Yes or no?
This looks a little panicked. That's a question.
We are not using it. Great. Don't have to. We can add it in if you want.
Okay. I don't. Okay. This has no idea how to respond to this.
You're good. Okay, let's do this.
Shall
We
we
got it.
continue on?
Let's do this.
Next room. Next room.
All right. As you continue on to the next room, a vision, as all the other rooms have done, same. You see Raven, but not the same. She's not in the attires that you remember her. She's dressed a little more professionally. She's wearing this like white lab coat. She's toiling over this machine that she's working on. And then you see someone walk behind her, put a hand over her shoulder. A flash of the current raven. You see the other sisters. They all give off this ether to them, a dark ether, an almost negative ether. Raven feels like an outlier here. That's it.
Maybe being the odd one out isn't such a bad thing.
Oh.
You continue down the cavern into the next room as the light shines upon you. You find yourselves within a church corridor. Grandiose is the church. Large, beautiful. But it seems rather empty.
Is this familiar to either of you, Alma and Spiss?
Is it familiar to either of us?
I don't know, is it? This is like
Wow.
familiar to you, does it?
I don't know.
Is it the Rem Church or is it Alma?
I don't know if it's familiar to me. I haven't been told.
I'm assuming it's Spicitus then.
Is it?
Is it the underground church or?
No, this church doesn't seem familiar.
Uh-oh, folks.
Okay.
Oh crap. Does it have any sort of religious markings or
Is it
anything that would sort
Bahumet?
of, yeah, like dictate what sort of god usually gets worshipped there?
Make a perception check.
What's the on? 13. My dice fell under the desk and I can't be bothered to get them.
Mm.
So we're rolling on here.
You see signs of perhaps, it almost seems like it doesn't really have any religious iconography, but then you catch some iconography here and there of the platinum dragon.
Oh,
Is this a Victa thing?
Victor's already gone, so it's Alma or Spiss.
Let's
I mean-
see.
I mean, it's the platinum dragon, but I mean, maybe it's something inside the church that has relevance. Maybe it's not the church itself that's relevant to this.
Is there a
Moment.
specific platinum dragon that we're supposed to know?
Bahumet.
Because like, if
It's
not,
Bahumet.
I
This
know.
is Alma.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because if not, like, I know Alma worships a dragon god.
I don't know a lot about dragon gods or gods, honestly.
I
so
am very
my
clueless
bad.
in religion.
if I was not able to communicate that.
So do I recognize it?
No, you don't.
Uh-oh,
Okay.
Alma.
Yeah, I don't know this church. I don't know this god. I don't know what's up. I'm just here.
Maybe it's inside. Somebody inside. Something inside's gonna be really interesting.
And hopefully, if they're as bad as my space was, you can cuss them out.
Is that allowed in churches? Are we allowed to swear in
Yes.
churches? Oh,
You can
cool.
swear anywhere.
Sweet.
That's what I say.
So
If the god has a problem with it, they usually tell you pretty directly with the lightning bolt.
Oh, that's so true.
I mean, Bahumet wouldn't. I've occasionally taken his name in vain, and he has not argued against it so far. So
There you
Victor,
go.
you're religious.
Let's go.
sorry, Emily, what do you say?
Victor, you're religious.
Partially. I mean,
Yeah.
it's less. I mean, it's it's less devotion than even a common folk would give to their respective god. It's more of a. I'm very light in it.
Uh,
More.
It's interesting to me either way. Is anybody else here? I don't want to say into religion, but
I mean, I'm religious. I feel like I might already mentioned that though.
any particular gods?
Oh, Bahumet.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not like I'm proselyte or whatever. You want to find God, that's on you. I just sort of worship on my own.
I mean, I mostly went towards Bahamut mostly due to it. I was introduced to it to. Pretty sure I was mainly realizing how I'll be completely honest, racist the kobold god was.
Oh, that's
No.
fair.
Gnomes are very frowned upon in kobold society. I mean, the god of gnomes did. I mean, the god of gnomes did supposedly trick the god of kobolds in a thing, but the degree that some have apparently taken it is a bit much.
That's fair. Yeah, my great great grandmother actually was a priest of Bahamut, so the whole family sort of followed that ever since.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
You don't think this is do you know the church that your great great grandmother?
Oh God, no!
What?
I've never been there.
You're
We
supposed that
Castilla looks so.
Here's the honest truth. The entire village that she was from burnt down. So if
Oh,
there was
okay.
a church, I would have had no way to visit.
Right.
Castilla's looking awkwardly between Alma and the very nice church we're standing out of.
Yeah. Not that I'm supposing that might be the church right now, but
I don't recognize it.
You hear a door open.
Oh. Well, either way, we are go team.
A priest walks in, wearing attires with iconography of Bahamut. Hello. I'm, Have you all seen a rather tall man come across here? I've been looking for him.
I can't say that I have, father. Any other details besides tall? Because there's a good portion of tall people in the world.
Right. He's a bit rugged.
Oh, is it Toru?
No, I don't know a Toru.
I don't know who that is.
He has these burn marks on one of his arms.
Oh.
There's an X that he has tattooed onto him. Or maybe it was branded visual on one of his shoulders.
Alma's looking to you guys.
Still, it looks clueless right now.
I don't think any of us have seen him, unfortunately. Don't recognize the description, but I'll keep an eye out.
If you do find him, tell him Father Brandon looks for him. His name is Alma.
Oh, good.
Still looks dead at Alma.
What race is the fella?
I can't recall.
Almost thinking for a second, it's like, okay, yeah, no, I might know the guy actually. Thinking about it now, just based off of the name. My yeah, we'll we'll keep an eye out. For sure. I'm gonna turn back to the group. So, I mean, my best guess, that kind of sounds like my great 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 grandfather, or that griffin turned into some form of human man.
What makes you say that, Alma?
It's just I mean, this is a weird cave. Fucking anything could happen.
Castilla's
never
tone
know.
was very joking when saying Alma.
How is that a joke? That's her name.
Right. And we're looking for an Alma. Like Castilla's
Well, yeah.
drawing the lines together. Connected the dots.
What dots?
So we're looking for someone named Alma, and there's somebody Alma here, which could be a hereditary thing.
I don't think hereditary is the word you're looking for. Anyway, yeah, we'll keep an eye out, I guess. Do we just leave the church now, fellas? Not entirely sure what the next step is.
If you
Also,
perhaps
there you go.
to leave, by all means, you're not held here by force.
Not entirely sure why we came here in the first place.
Do you need help looking for the guy, or are you
Yes.
like why are you looking for him?
I had a quite strange fellow that seemed to have been specifically searching for him, and the doors open yet again. The footsteps are strong. Victa, you feel yourself buckle to your knees for a second. A gravitational force forces you down. A person with white attire enters. White cloak, white outfit, white hair.
Oh, sorry, I'm very excited.
Eyes bizarre, almost reptilian-like, but form human. Scales on the side of their eyes. Cracks almost.
He finally makes an appearance.
There
Son
he
of a
is.
bitch. Who is? Oh boy. Uh-oh.
Next to them, a smaller woman.
Wait, is this the cross woman?
Oh my fuck.
Holy shit!
Jesse's like, no, it's not. You're being dramatic.
Yeah,
it's a
it's
different man with white hair.
He's got
Oh
a
my
new
fucking
companion.
It took months for me to meet this
Yeah.
motherfucker.
White long hair, rough and weathered features.
Light coming from beneath.
The woman has black hair, a pale complexion. She holds nothing on her.
So he recognizes her immediately.
The man speaks. Father, is Alma not here? I seems that I've not been able to find him. Perhaps you can come back another time. He tends to visit very often. He turns and he looks at you, Alma.
Hi.
Huh. Nothing. You seemed a bit familiar, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Oh, I just have one of those faces. You know how it is, Toots. Who's this fella you're looking for? Sorry.
A man named Alma. Have you seen him? He bears an X on his shoulder.
From the brief description we got, I have not, unfortunately.
He has a peculiar relation with my kin.
What do you mean? I mean, it feels like if you want us to find the guy, we're gonna need a few more details, huh? Kind of running on empty here.
The woman raises her head. You can see one of her eyes poking from her hood. He's been told to have raised a dragon of sorts.
Oh! Oh! Did he?
Yes, that is quite strange. We wanted to know how he was able to pull this off and not, well, die.
I mean, the bond between man and his beast is unknowable, yeah?
Beast.
Just a little bit of human kindness can get you anywhere.
Alma, your mask is
I mean, I assume
slipping.
you feed it the right diet, you treat it with kindness, and you know, you're not a dick to it. You can raise a dragon.
You refer to this dragon as a pet.
I wouldn't know the relationship between the guy and the dragon. Maybe they were blood brothers. Maybe they were, you know. Sorry, I.
Druid craft a
Anyway.
bit of breeze to Alma's face.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Alma takes a second to gather herself. I apologize if I misspoke. Bad turn of phrase. Dragons are sentient creatures, and it's impolite to refer to any sentient creature as a pet, no matter the race or number of legs. Have not seen this Alma fella, or his apparent dragon. If you know what color it is, we could at least keep an eye out for the dragon, and that could help point us in the right direction, because they're, difficult to miss, frankly. I'd love to help you out in any way I can to find this Alma fella.
I was interested in the color of the dragon myself.
Oh?
You saying they're blood brothers is strange to me.
I'm throwing spaghetti at the wall. You know spaghetti? Fantastic dish. Why don't we talk about food?
All us dragons are blood brothers.
Is Victa still being forced to kneel?
Yeah, Victa, it is hard to lift yourself up. You can make a wisdom saving throw. 23. You lift yourself up and stand on your 2 feet, but the force of the gravitation's still there. You feel like hundreds of pounds of weight is being forced upon you, almost like you're at the bottom of an ocean and you can feel the weight of all the water above you. All us dragonkin are blood brothers.
All us?
He turns and looks at Victor. Ah, child of mine.
Oh,
You seem
Oh.
to travel amongst yourselves with one of my kind.
Victor, that's your dad.
I do not recognize this man, but
You are the father.
Oh no,
I can make an assumption on his identity.
I don't mean in particular. All dragonkin are my children that are humanoid. Us variants.
Oh my god. Uh, sorry, what was your name?
My name?
Yeah.
In a tongue you can't. Well, what languages do you understand? Alma.
Oh lord, let me check. I don't think Draconic's on there, but it'd be really funny if it was. Yeah,
Just for
Common,
this
Dwarvish,
reason, it'd be
Undercommon.
funny.
In a language you don't understand, you hear him utter a name. I
but
assume
what's
the
the word
only
that he
person
said?
that knows Draconic is Victor. Unless you
Confirmed.
don't know Draconic.
He
That would
knows
be
Draconic.
so funny.
Victor,
He knows
you
Draconic.
know everything but Draconic.
So, I need to explain this before we get any further. In order to speak Draconic, I was going to decide on a language to base it off of.
Did you pick
And it
German?
was between German and Spanish. And I
Ooh.
chose Spanish because I can speak that much easier because I'm not German. But essentially, what you hear is Rey de los Dragoneros, and that in translation for you, Victor, is roughly means King of the Dragon Kin. For some, especially for what you know of, a lot of dragon-esque people, whether it's Dragonborn or I'm completely blanking out on what you are.
Kobold.
Cobalt, there you go. Or even some dragons, mostly themselves, or wyverns. They tend to keep their names very blunt. Very like, this is what I am, this is my name. It was only the more modern generation, or at least as time went on, that names became much more personal to the Dragonkins themselves. A title was much of a name for older generations of Dragonkin. It is fine. If Alma's not here, then perhaps I can find him elsewhere. That being said, thank you, Father, for your assistance. But unfortunately, you worship the wrong god. He turns and begins to walk away. Fafnir. And the woman nods her head. She pulls out a scimitar of sorts, encased in crystal onyx. Clear, the blade itself. No sharp edge to it. Almost ornate. She holds the blade upside down with the blade itself facing towards the ground. La muerte. And the blade shatters. Her form changes from a humanoid to this amalgamation between full dragon in a humanoid form. A black fog, thick, emits across the air. The father instantly, you see age rapidly into bone. And you're back in the room. The cave.
Holy shit. Sorry,
Where's your-
found my friend.
What is he was your great
No, that wasn't my grandpa.
no, not him, but like he was looking for him.
You're related to a
Yeah.
dragon.
Oh, okay. Now, okay. I gotta clarify, apparently. I am not related to a dragon. Grandpa Alma found the dragon egg, raised the dragon. They were
What?
blood brothers. And yeah, there's a reason I don't bring it up. It's hard to explain, you know?
Raising a dragon is really hard.
Your grandpa sounds
They
like
had
a
bond.
badass.
It was easy. He kind of was. He was.
And what did people not like him for doing that? Like what kind of drag was it? Just a regular dragon? Like it's just a normal dragon?
A normal dragon. I mean, they did not like him for it. He was kind of a town hero, but you know.
I think this guy didn't like him.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what happens to folklore. Some
Mickey,
people love it, some people hate it.
Yeah, that's true.
would you have been told what kind of dragon it was?
I feel like, definitely the story would include what color of dragon it was.
So it was, from your knowledge, I don't know if you want me to send it to you instead, or just say it.
Oh, go ahead and say it.
It was a silver dragon.
Oh,
I'm looking
Okay.
at your chat, Mickey.
I hand to God, I didn't know. Hand to God, I didn't know.
For context, Jesse, in our little DM group, I was like, "Oh, Alma must be a dragon," and Mickey said, "Do you want to know what it would be?" and said, "Silver dragon."
silver.
Like they're
Oh, this
lawful
is-
good and pretty and shit, and that's
This
why
is
I
no
got it.
connection between me and Mickey. Mickey does
Yeah, we
not
did not talk
know
about this.
what kind of dragon it was that was being raised.
Clown to clown communication.
No. I'm absolutely.
No. I'm saying it's the bit like where you guys are psychedelically linked.
Oh,
Ah.
okay. Well, it's very much coincidence, but there's the reasoning for it. There's a reasoning for it, but yeah.
Yeah,
So-
no, I mean, sorry, real fast, Jesse. Did the
Yeah.
dragon have a name?
That you weren't told
Yeah, I mean,
because the stigma around him having the dragon. It wasn't like recorded what the dragon's name was.
that's fair.
Hmm.
Yeah, sorry, somebody had a question.
Yeah, so your great whatever grandfather, he found
Yeah.
the egg. Where do you?
Yeah, just found it.
Do you know where he found it, or is that not?
Do you want
Does
to
it not get that deep?
like? Do you want to hear the story? I mean, it's
Yes.
one of
I
the good
mean,
stories.
yes,
Please?
absolutely. We've got
All
all
right,
the
and but
time in
the-
the world.
This is just off the dome because I know I didn't actually write down the story yet. I didn't get that far. But stop me at any point. I am going to be reciting the plot to Aragon. Everybody shut the fuck up.
Yeah!
Aragon.
Thank
But
God,
this is
Mickey.
absolutely-
My favorite ever.
I loved the first book, hated all the rest. Yeah, so in the times way back when, there was a man named
Mhm.
Alma Lodeborn, and he was in the woods, as was his trade, for his family were woodsmen, and he found this rock. It was beautiful. It was glorious, shining silver, the inside of a clam. And when he touched it, he could feel the heartbeat within, and he realized it was the egg of a dragon. Like how most people would respond, and perhaps should respond, he felt warmth when he touched it. He felt connection and a bond, not the fear that dragons ought to inspire. So, against his better judgment, against all sense, he brought the dragon home. And in secret, he raised it, he cared for it, kept it warm in the winters, and kept it shaded in the summers, until one day it hatched into a dragon, a silver dragon that he named. Well, the verse gets kind of lost at this point, but uh, he was like a brother to that dragon. They ate together, they fought together, they understood each other wordlessly in a way nobody else could. And as time passed, he and the dragon became something of a spectacle for the town. And people would come to see the boy and his dragon, but um, there's always a price with power, even power by proxy. And war came to that town where the woodsman and his family lived, where they raised the dragon. He fought with every claw that he had and every claw that he hadn't, alongside that dragon, to protect his town. By the time it was done, the army was gone, burnt, destroyed by the dragon, and so was the town, and so was the woodsman. They found his body in the center, still curled up next to that dragon, as they both, in sync, breathed their last. And thus ends the tale of Alma the Tenth. So that's the gist of it, basically. Found the dragon, raised the dragon, died in battle.
That's so cool.
See, what happened? Never mind.
Probably best as it was a silver dragon and not a chromatic.
Yeah, probably. I mean, who knows though? With the bond that they were purported to have, it would not have mattered what color the dragon was.
I mean,
Blood is
silver
blood.
Love conquers all.
While I am not doubting the significance of the bond, silver dragons, in particular, have always been reported to have a fondness for quote unquote smaller races, which to a dragon is pretty much everyone. And they are the ones that are the they have always been the ones that have been the most interested with humanoid civilizations. So the bond that your ancestor had with this silver dragon is probably the best. It's probably it's probably connected to its coloration. I feel the story would have been different if it was a black dragon, or even a gold or bronze dragon.
That's fair. I'm gonna keep disagreeing, but not the dragon expert here, just a bard.
Understandable with your family's history.
So does that mean that? And she says he does her best impression of the draconic name that guy gave. Oh, so does that mean he might have been going after your great grandfather, great grandfather, maybe because he wanted the egg to act like he didn't feel like he was.
I mean, I don't know. We didn't have any big villains like that in the story. I have no idea who that was or what his deal was.
That man, he called himself, given a rough translation from the draconic he spoke, he called himself the King of the Dragonkin, not King of Dragons or Bahumet. He said that
Well, he didn't seem to
Basic-
like the priest for worshipping Bahamut. 'Cause he was like, "You worship the wrong god," and then was like, "Brr, kill him," and then she killed him. You know.
Well, would Victa know of a king of the Dragonkin?
Make a history check, Victor. This is important. Let's see. Let's see how much you ascertain.
You can do it, Victor.
24.
My bad. All right.
Nice.
Okay. Let's see.
Nat 20.
He listened into every one of his history classes in his old kobold camp.
He no, Victa found a few books and a few books pertaining to it, and it became a hyperfixation for about 2 weeks, and it's been stuck in his mind ever since.
It's the
been
equivalent of
slumbering.
a kid from middle school reliving, who loved FNAF, reliving their FNAF phase.
Classic.
Listen, Victa, you do not know. I cannot ascertain how many hyperfixations Victa's had, and a lot of them are
How many
dragon and
weeks
magic
has
based,
he been alive?
unsurprisingly. What?
How many weeks has he been alive? I assume it's about that.
So, before I tell you, there's something I need to preface with you first. You know personally, Victa, while you've not necessarily been treated badly a lot of your life, there is a stigma when it comes to Dragonkin. Whether kobolds or Dragonborn, especially if they hold colors of chromatic dragons. Even more so, dragons themselves, full-born dragons, tend to treat Dragonkin as lesser. They're not pure blood like the dragons themselves, and they consider them lesser amongst them. Even for the nicer dragons, like the silver dragons and sorts, while they don't outrightly state things like this or try to treat lower dragonkin as lesser, there is a demeanor to them that still gives this off. All dragons are born from Bahamut and Tiamat. Originally, from the start of the dragon genos. You know this as you've apparently done a lot of history on your kind. At some point, there was a divergence. Dragonkin, through years and millennia or whatever, so from back before one of the impacts, back before the gods had their bout with humanity or mortality, trying to build weapons that were coming a little too close to erasing immortals, like it was god slaying stuff. Back before that, the older dragonkin had gained relations with other kinds of races. And over the time of evolution and just this happening consistently, dragonkins were born. Two in particular, kobolds and dragonborns. Every being that exists has a god that they worship to. And I don't mean like every person does, but there is a god that is inherently connected to a race. And there's multiple races that can be connected to a single god. It just depends. So, and this is part of what keeps a god existing. Dragonkin were almost denied that. They were not deemed pure enough to worship Bahamut, and the Chromatics did not want them anywhere near Tiamat in worship, even though the Chromatics can have their head up their asses and themselves consider perhaps Tiamat lesser than them if they're strong enough. So ancient Dragonkin began to worship the idea of a god. And as you've been told before, this is a very dangerous practice given enough ether. And to them, someone came and answered their call. Someone who was named the King of the Dragonkin. But unlike the other gods, he was tangible. He wasn't fully deified. He was almost like a demigod of sorts. You also know that at points in history, this individual has come to conflicts with continents, at times ideals, and he's been slayed. But every 100 years or so, or more, depending on how bad the situation was, or less, he comes back. And he seems to have something he plans to do. There is a particular story that comes to mind because it is one of the more recent stories of one of his defeats, of a man and his silver dragon protecting their home.
You bitch.
Against this particular individual. Not all dragonkin view him in good light. In fact, most probably don't. But he considers himself the father of all dragonkin and the son of Bahumet. Every time he's risen up, from what you know, he's always appointed individuals a part of his army, small but powerful, who have been granted unique abilities that allows them to, and it roughly says this, tap within a ornate power that dragonkins tend to have and were denied. And he attempts to do something. He's never very peaceful when he's alive. But most dragonkin see it as a bad omen if he's walking across the lands. For you, this is a fairy tale. He hasn't been around, from what records say, for a long time. And even then, most, especially kobolds, they don't want to deal with a lot of that and get involved with a lot of the history for that. But Dragonborns tend to have a little more information involving, since they become directly involved a lot of the times. And that would be what you know. This is stuff that you found through sifting. Maybe perhaps you've acquired momentarily a book that you weren't supposed to have. This is fairy tale amongst dragonkin, and amongst actual written scripture, this is stuff that doesn't tend to get written down very often.
right then. Yeah, Victa gives the group a summary of that.
Alma's
And
just staring.
I mean,
so
if you're
It's
saying that
the-
he wanders around every 100 years, we saw him though, so he's back and he's just wandering around.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Evil Dragon Man's back.
Is that the time I was passed out? Because I do not remember that man.
Oh yeah, you passed
Yes.
out. Victor was forced to the ground. Spiss was in a tree.
Ah,
It was wild.
lovely.
Oh yeah. He was with the woman. A woman, Victor. I knew she was important. Ready to rule the day. And they were just kind of having a good time. They were just walking. Nothing massively menacing other than the giant ass sword on her back. But we
Sorry,
didn't
so
really.
wait, what I'm getting from that story. Sorry to interrupt. That guy killed Alma the 10th.
Most likely.
But did you say he
Okay.
died there too in the battle? So does that mean they killed each other?
The army that was attacking was destroyed. But who's to say he was with the army and not just some third party? Sorry, you keep saying your thing, Circe. I interrupted.
No, I was just talking about how that evil dragon man's probably just walking the earth. It's fine. We won't see him again. Surely not. But you don't. And you said the silver dragon died with your grandfather?
Yeah, they both died.
Hmm. You don't
Some
suppose
say
this
from
is
a
just
broken
like
heart,
some.
some say from wounds. It's whatever.
Oh, that's really sad. I hope it's not. Well, I kind of hope it's not anything, but I don't know. I mean, he seemed really kind of after your grand. Not that I'm trying to make this into like a really big thing, but like, what if it's like, I couldn't kill your grandfather, so every 100 years I'm gonna come back and kill every generation of Almas that there ever was.
I mean,
No, I don't think. No, he hasn't been killing the other generations.
I feel like
the
that would be a
scene that we
story.
saw. Sorry, Val, you go.
Oh, I just said I feel like that would be included in a story.
Quite cool though. Maybe he's never been able to. Maybe he's just been wandering the earth aimlessly, just looking for Almas, and they're just none of them ever.
The scene that we saw play out, that might have been from the time that story. He says looking at Alma when that came about. He he might have.
It did feel like time fuckery. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he ran off with the egg, he got super angry, he wasn't able to kill your granddad, and now he's like, I'm gonna seek vengeance until the day I die, which is every 100 years.
I mean, the story has no proof that the battle and the opposing army is what killed Alma. It might have been that guy, and then he just, was on the battlefield when it happened, so they assumed.
Or it could have been one man fighting with the force of an army.
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah, I mean, folklore has a tendency to be, metaphorical.
Exaggerate.
Are you supposed to like? Okay, this is gonna sound stupid, but do I have to want revenge for that? Is it like, am I on a bound to try and find that guy now and avenge Grandpa?
Doubt it.
Or
If you
Unless-
want.
Unless
I
you
don't
want, unless you
have a
desire
lot
it,
of stuff going on right now, and like, I
then you
kind
do
of,
not need to.
I kind of want to, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to. If I'm, dishonoring the dead by not honoring the dead's kind of my whole shtick.
I mean, if you wanna, we could fight. We could fight a dragon man. I'm sure that'll go over really well.
I'm sure you might be able to ask the dead
And a woman whose sword
since
explodes.
you're
No,
able to.
I can't. I can't ask Alma. He won't answer.
All right.
I mean, if you want to kill a dragon, Alma, we can help you kill a dragon. I'm honestly, nothing is too far fetched anymore. But if you don't want to kill a dragon,
That's
equally.
That's not part of the deal, though. I'm just kind of helping you guys get out. You don't.
No, I know. I feel like I'm just picking up quests these days. I've met a dragon. Victa's the closest I've. Well, that's not true. I've met little dragons, but Victa's the closest I've met to a tall dragon.
There was Rend.
Yeah, Ren's a little different though. Ren's like a space dragon. I don't know if that counts.
He is supposedly half spider.
It's true. I don't know. Think about it, Alma. If you decide you want to kill a dragon, like let us know.
With the amount of stories I've heard of dragons, I'd personally argue against fighting a dragon.
Yeah, it seems like an idea, right? No. If I stopped to get revenge for every dead family member, we'd never take a break. So,
well,
I guess he shows up though.
Yeah, the option's there. He's wandering around somewhere.
If he starts to fight us or becomes a large problem, then
yeah,
we can deal with him. But we're not. Then we can deal with him. But I'm getting the impression that we're not going to try and search him out.
Yeah.
Just scry on him. See what he's doing. Can you scry on dragons? I feel like that might be a bit of far fetched.
With his level of supposed power, I don't want to tempt that.
I don't want to scry on a demigod. Maybe that's just me. That feels like inviting unwanted.
Yes.
Especially if he recognizes us from the spooky cave and is like, okay, now you've meddled twice or something.
No, that's true. He did. If that is his spirit, he would have.
He did specifically recognize me, yeah.
Well, in fairness, he's seen us before. He just didn't give a shit.
Well, when did he see you?
He was walking through the woods. But I thought this was in a tree.
We encountered him on a trail when heading towards the capital of a city, just in Stigheist. Yeah.
There was a lot of dead things. I remember that.
Naturally dead.
Not the capital. It was just a large city, the largest city in Stigheist.
Alicia. That's where we were going. You're welcome. I have the page open with the meeting.
And I also have another reason that contesting that man would also not be a good idea is that with what his presence does to me, I don't know I'd be able to assist at all.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue.
Okay, looking back, in the comment he made that you're worshiping the wrong god. Did he say that to the priest?
It seemed like he said that to the priest.
And the
Okay.
priest got killed.
Yeah, the priest got fucking murked.
You're worshipping the wrong god, motherfucker. Now kill him.
Do we want to keep going through the cave? I don't know if we're trying to get out the other side, but
We kind of don't exactly have much of a choice but to go forward.
let's do that
Yeah.
then.
If you're done thinking about what you need to think about, then we
Oh,
can
I
keep
think I'm
going.
gonna be thinking about this for a little while yet, but let's not sit here and action is preferable to just sitting around, you know?
As long as you're happy moving on.
Understandable.
Are you ready, Spiss? Because I have a feeling I'm not that great at math. But I have a feeling you may be the only one.
I am as ready as I can be.
That's good. I like the confidence.
All right. You continue down the cave, and you get a vision. A strange and particular looking room. Lights almost pulse throughout various different sections of the room. And on display almost, on these iron walls with light that illuminates, is a cross. A cross made of the same metallic material that glows as it pulses out lights through lines across it. You see the man with the white hair again. Looks like we found what we came to look for. Fafnir, if you can hold on to it for me. And the woman walks forward and wraps cloth around it to cover it entirely. She puts it on her back. This cross incredibly large compared to her proportions, as she's a shorter woman. She has to almost tilt it to a side in order for it to not be hitting the ground. We are one step closer. And that's it.
There she is. Ross lady.
Who the hell is this Fafnir?
You approach the light, and you're in a cavernous room. There is almost an opening at the end as the sky emits into the room itself. The elderly man stands there at the end.
Hooray.
You've made it.
Hello.
Hi.
That. Are you sure?
I'm not really sure of anything, honestly, but you are here at the end. Is there a sort of confusion?
A little.
And why is that?
There were. Well, we were meant to go through trials. Everybody had their trials, and we presumed that mine was next.
Yours is next, Vistus. If you choose it to be.
I see. I have a choice?
Of course. I told you this from the beginning.
I thought I'd face my trial. I thought my choice was entering the cave.
It's the beginning. Your trial is what's to come. If you so choose to enact upon this path that has been presented to you, this cave has nothing it needs to show you currently. It has answers for you, though. But if you do not choose to be this alleged guardian of sorts, it's not necessary. But I did promise to assist you in effectively using your power. And that's what we'll do.
I see.
The mind, the realm can show you so much. He begins to walk, and he looks at Victor for a second. Worries and fears, dreading the consciousness. He looks at Circe. A perhaps confliction with ideals that you've not thought you had an issue with. A confliction of your birth or who you are because of where you came from. And he also looks at you, Castilla. As well as the unknown. What's soon to be. And then he looks at you, Alma. Or a warning for what can be. This, your trial is the rest of what's to come if you choose to take upon this role. You will always be trialed. It is a burden, but also a gift. Regardless of whether you take this role or not, trials are going to come for the rest of you, and for you. But if this is dissatisfactory to you, I did not say there wasn't something that wasn't going to happen. You notice outside where the sky shows itself and this hole in this cave. It's strange. The sky doesn't look the same as what you know the sky of the realm looks. Thundering clouds emit across an endless storm. There's one last person here that needs to meet one of you. And the clouds kind of trail off, leaving the sky and touch the ground. as you see the visage that you've seen many times before inside of you apparate. And that's where we're going to leave today's session now.
Damn.
What the fuck?
Your past life is here to see you. She's got some things to say.
I've got some criticisms.
Hi, past me. So, what's my score?
What you doing?
Out of 10, how am I doing?
Did we pass?
Damn.
With flying colors,
we-
I think.
I agree.
I will say the changing of the music to fit the theme was on point.
It's very good. The theming was proper today. Music knew. It was like, now's the time for me to change this to like a really dark moment or a really light moment. Mid-song.
Getting better slowly but surely with the music
when it allows it.
when it allows
Yes.
me.
Okay, I do have to dip, but phenomenal session. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I am really
Yeah,
curious
I
what the
am.
hell that would have. I'm really curious what that would have looked like if just Spiss went.
I go
You
through
just
and
walked through to
immediately.
the end.
Yeah, I immediately meet
It's
the
like
guy.
a
He's
revolving
like,
door.
well,
He's like, you did it! Now to meet your past self.
You did it. You walked through a really long cave.
I go through all these like empty, go through like all these empty doors and rooms. I was fully expecting to have some sort of interaction like everyone else did.
I mean,
And-
presumably we're going to get that here.
Yeah, but I wasn't expecting to see my new friend first. I wasn't expecting him to be there. I was like, what?
Good old Avis.
Yeah.
I mean, we might not even be out of the cave fully yet.
I don't
Considering-
think we are. You saw my little chicken face in the chat. I'm suspicious of this so-called Avis.
Yeah, like, especially considering how, like, I mean, like,
Trust no one in
like-
the cave. Not even yourself.
like Spiss's guardian angel or whatever we're calling them, is like has used like the last of their power to contact her, so they would most likely be in the wherever everyone else has been getting dragged from.
The live stream.
Live stream.
This is either
Maybe.
this is either them being pulled from the live stream or something to talk to Spiss, or this is Spiss's last possible encounter.
I was about to say, this better not be your last one. Could you imagine? You're like, wait, but that's not what I wanted.
Yeah,
The live stream's like, sorry, I needed it for the cave.
yeah, because
You're like,
she had strength to do like to talk to Spiss like one last time.
this is like a
So
you're the avatar now.
yeah, so we'll see if this counts as that last time ever, or if this is
Maybe it's the
changed.
poetic form. It's like, look, now you've done the trial of the cave. I did the trial of the cave, and now this is where we meet. And then in the future, if Spiss does choose to become that, maybe this will be the last time Spiss talks to the next generation.
Oh my god.
Spiss comes into the cave, and she's like, "This is the what, like the passing of the torch." Maybe. Like, you choose what you do with your destiny from now on, but here is my last bit of wisdom to you. Master of all 4 elements.
I like to give you guys a little bit of facts of stuff that won't necessarily come up in conversation at any point, so you won't really learn it unless I tell you. Just so it doesn't stay buried forever. I mean, technically, the only real trials here were Victa and Alma. And Circe was going to have a trial, and it did involve Anastasia. But Anastasia, being the kind of level of being she is, and how I've told you that these beings tend to have, if they are ever within the life stream or pulled within life stream, whatever the case is, they don't just go and reincarnate. They're not allowed to, because they have too much ether at that point. It would imbalance everything. They kind of stay alive within the life stream.
I love that. It was supposed to be a big thing, and then the real Anastasia was like, actually, we're not doing that.
Yeah, basically. The real Anastasia
You're not
said,
gonna traumatize my child.
You don't. So, Vel was technically correct. She made it so that there was no failure for the trial, because in Anastasia's eyes, as far as we know, whatever decision you choose to do in that trial, for her would have been correct regardless.
Because I can do no wrong, obviously.
Not because of that, but
I don't think that's how you're meant to take it.
Cersei's taking it.
Oh God.
I can do no wrong because I'm a golden child. I'll have you.
And while that was a much more positive reasoning for a trial not to be a trial, there was also the opposite end, which was the negative reasoning for a trial not to be trial. And it was Impulse interrupting what was supposed to be Castilla's trial. To do what Impulse was planning to do. But both of the trials originally were supposed to... The theme for you guys were both your birth and who you are, and whether or not you have this confliction of your relations to the people around you. And I would not consider Circe's necessarily a negative one. But more or less, it's one that still is hard to deal with when you learn that, you're the daughter of someone else.
That was a long time coming. I think she needed it.
And we get to meet real moon Anastasia, so that's the positive out of all of it.
Yeah. And
so
Castilla's
was that?
What happened?
So, was that planned from the beginning, or did you roll for those?
Oh no, this was planned from the beginning.
Okay.
The thing is, none of these trials were going to solve any of your issues, fully at least. It was more of a come to terms with that you have these problems, and that's what the realm was expecting of you.
Cave's like, just take 5 minutes for God's sake.
Take 5 minutes and actually acknowledge and think this through.
The reason why the realm trialed everyone else in here and not Spiss is because, first off, if Spiss decides to take upon this role, that is her trial. And second off, the realm wanted to know whether or not you guys were worthy to assist Spiss on her endeavors, or whether or not you would have been more of a crux.
If we failed, your guardian would have just been like, yeah, and by the way, the people that were the crap.
They're kind of toxic, not gonna lie.
You need to leave them immediately.
We would get to this final chamber, and my past self would just she just shows up and just smites the ones who fail.
Yeah, she's like, you're terrible, you're terrible, you're mildly terrible.
I mean, that fairy did kind of just kill an unarmed man. He surrendered. That's against the Geneva Convention, so
that's really against war.
Spiss has killed a guy who's already unconscious. That's fine.
That's so true. And it's soldier in the tunnel. I forgot about that.
Yeah, but
Talk
the
about
realm,
his favorite.
the realm doesn't, especially the realm, since it's not necessarily like a god or anything of sorts, or even mortal of any kind. Morality, I mean, it understands what life and death is, so that wouldn't necessarily put you on the bad end of the stick for.
So wait, who did Spiss kill?
During when we were at the train, and
Yeah.
there was like
Oh,
people?
okay, yeah,
there
one of
was
those guys.
yeah, there was a guy knocked out on the ground, and Spiss threw something at the dude threw her like flail thing or whatever at the guy right next to him, and it ended up killing the guy on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
To the shock
The
of
one
no
that
one.
Castilla specifically was like, I'm gonna knock this guy out non-lethally.
It's just like, nope.
Oh, thanks for
Whoops.
knocking him prone so I can kill him.
Whoopsie doo.
Mommy.
Classic.
Well, Mick's not here for this part. Alma's was a warning for the future.
I am so happy that they came back because I have been obsessing over these two people that I saw for like 5.2 seconds. every time you're like, they have white hair or they have black hair, my brain's like, is it them?
Okay, I'm impressed that you managed to link like two completely incidental events, like with the introduction of those two characters ages ago and Alma's story with the silver dragon. Like,
I mean, Jesse did say that they were doing their own thing. This is maybe has been the thing that they've been doing the whole time, just being dicks.
Trying to find this
Like-
dragon.
Yeah, like I'm not saying that it's Cersei was kind of going a little bit off the rails by being like, what if it's a like, I'm gonna get vengeance in every life? But like, how funny would that be? That would be like so mythical as well, like such a fantasy storyline of like this guy who's like, I am gonna kill every single one of your generations for what you did to me, like several generations prior.
honestly, imagine the comedy if one of us went, Cersei, think realistically. This is reality.
It's reality. This isn't a fantasy game.
The dude's like
This
hiding
isn't
in
a-
the shadow with a knife out, like, oh, I thought this was kind of cool. I thought it was being cool and mysterious.
Yeah, I just love the idea that every 100 years he comes back to life and he's like, right, this time I'm gonna find that fucking Alma of this generation, and then every year someone stops him just because he's doing
Yeah.
evil stuff. I don't know.
He has been trying to find the Alma of every generation, but he's just been fucking it up really badly.
Yeah, he's just been failing, and like honestly, if the Almas all live in Eden recently anyway, who knows? He can't get into Eden. He's like, fucking, why?
Let me in. Let me
Let me
in.
They're like, no, sorry.
He finds a Alma, but it's not the right family, and he kills them. And then he's like, "Wait,
Yeah.
no, that was my one shot. No,
Shit.
wrong Alma."
Yeah, I love it. I love that. That's my new headcanon. Until we find out what he's actually doing, that's my headcanon. He's wandering around, just kind of finding anyone. He does that thing where he walks into a crowded area and he yells Alma's name and sees if anyone responds, and then he kills him.
Some guy named Tom turns because this dude just yelled right next to him, and he just stabs.
He's like, ah!
Gets stabbed.
And then every time he kills someone, then he gets reincarnated, and he's like, wrong one again. And his little friend is just like watching him, kind of like, oh, this is a bit sad.
Like, dude, come on, it's not that hard.
Yeah, because it said that he gets reincarnated every 100 years. It didn't say that she got reincarnated. So maybe,
as far as you know, it doesn't state that his disciples get reincarnated. It doesn't seem like it. Seems like he's the one that gets reincarnated every time. And it's stated from what I've told Victa that he bestows powers upon specific individuals that are under his command.
And he
Yeah,
goes, "Hey,
and-
you get to live forever because I like you."
You would also
Yep.
know, Owen, that in there it states that he doesn't, his army, quote unquote, isn't ever really large. It's usually him and 10 other individuals.
We could fight that.
okay.
Small but mighty. Yeah, that's either someone who's really confident for a good reason, or like really confident and they're just overconfident.
I'm getting the
It could go
impression
either
that
way.
it's confident for a good reason.
He's like,
Maybe.
we're just really good. It's an elite task force.
Elite task force. The train.
We'll
for
see how
killing.
far of that story you guys get, because this is it's hard to say. It's not. Almost got a lot of things going on. This doesn't necessarily mean this thing is particularly gonna be the main thing involved. It all depends on what Mick decides with Mick's with his character, but it is something I wanted to attach to Mick's lore to ground it more into this realm. So, yeah.
I mean, I love it. I've been waiting to see them again since session 20. So
I also love the fact that the implication that with Vika's comment, like not even like 5 minutes before like not even 5 minutes before this man was introduced, that canonically now this man is racist against gnomes.
he hates gnomes.
Since he is technically the god of kobolds, unless
Unless you have more than one. He's
Yeah.
so funny. He's like, yeah, I like all of the kin, but I really hate gnomes. I could take or leave like any of the other races, but I hate gnomes so much.
they
Oh,
like,
that's
like they trapped him in a resurrection cycle for like 5 cycles, and he's and got honestly kind of reasonably pissed about it.
So he's the god of dragonborns and kobolds, and he views full-born dragons very differently than he views his own children.
I mean, he doesn't seem to like people who worship full-born dragons.
Yeah,
I have a feeling he doesn't like them either.
I'm curious if like I'm curious about the effect he has on Victa with the forcing him to the ground.
You guys
It
have
feels
figured
like-
that out earlier when with Anastasia, or at least you guys took a guess and I confirmed your guess.
Well, it was very similar to the kind of power that had Pearl, Castilla, and Circe like forced to the ground in the tavern.
Yeah, but if that sort of thing happens like all the time, every time he is near Dragonborn or kobolds, then how the fuck does he interact with them like reasonably?
So
But
I can explain this because it's not going to be too relevant to the story, but in my realm, the gods of certain beings always hold a sense of power over their kin. Crueler gods tend to exert their presence forcefully, and some kind of don't even know that they're doing it. It's kind of just they don't hold back their presence amongst their kin. So
We're weak.
when Anastasia first entered Lombon, you guys felt her entrance. That was like a teaser and a warning that you guys didn't even know that Anastasia was in the area, because she holds kin to Fey kind. Even her simulacrum holds some sort of authority to Fey kind. So all the Fey kind, specifically, Circe, Pearl, and Castilla's body did it instinctively because her robotic body was designed to act like it is a half elf. And it did so because it didn't want to break the illusion of it being a half elf.
Feel bad for the rest of the Fey in Lonbon, just randomly getting forced to the ground.
Forced to the ground.
But she eventually, they can control it. So she holds it back after a few seconds of her arrival because it's just one of those things that just happens. That being said, if beings of those races end up getting strong enough, that doesn't happen to them. They can pretty much divert that. It's only to people who aren't of a higher power.
I have a feeling this guy does it on purpose too.
That being said, what level are you guys?
8.
8.
8. Well, not anymore.
Yo.
You are now level 9.
Oh, that's so cool.
You've
I
been 8
closed
for
my
a
roll
while
20.
now.
That's cool.
All right. All right. Victor's getting a feat. Hell yeah.
Damn.
Wait.
I don't think I get anything cool on a level up this level. I get level 5 spell slots, I think.
Okay, wait. Do I actually want to take a feat or increase intelligence for the extra spells?
Good question.
You have a feat that you think is a good feat? Because I feel like sometimes you think it's a good feat and then you actually think about it and you're like, actually, that's crap.
It would counter when rolling a 1 for damage, it would act as if it was a 2.
See, I thought about taking that too. Not that I want to put you off taking it, but the reason I didn't take it was because it doesn't scale as you level up. So, like, the 1s into 2s is kind of like negligible when you're in higher level, and it doesn't get rid of the immunity to fire damage. It only does the resistance.
I mean, yes, but
I'm not trying to put you off it. You do
Yeah.
whatever you want. I'm just saying that that was my sort of like, because I was trying to decide between that and telepathic when I took the feat, and that was the main reason I didn't take it was because at higher levels that 1 to 2 damage is like basically negligible anyway.
Yeah.
But totally do whatever you want. Oh, I'm genuinely not trying to sway you on it, Owen. It is a good feat in some cases. It was just while I was trying to think about it, I was like, well, so that was just my thoughts on it. But you do you entirely. Do whatever you want. Ignore me, actually.
You are assisting me in reconsidering and thinking about the ability score improvement.
It is a good feat in some cases. Like my friend, she's taken it in our Curse of Strahd campaign, but that's because Curse of Strahd only goes up to like level 9/10-ish. But I think it's only because like when you get, I don't know how high we're gonna go, but when you go like
high level, it's just like kind of meh, you know? Because like also
Yeah.
as a wizard, if you've not got like if something's like resisted to fire, you just like cast something else, you know?
I mean, Vika doesn't. I mean, another part of that, the reason why is that Vika doesn't really have a lot of the else part,
Mm.
because
It's just yeah.
he has Thunder Wave, Catapult, Ice Knife, and Tasha's Caustic Brew, and all 4 of those are first level spells.
Yeah. It is just
And
it's just
he has 2 cantrips that are not fire.
yeah. And it's fine. It is a fine feat. It's just like I think there's just as you get like in higher level combat, it kind of becomes less useful. And also, while I was googling feats for druids because that's what I was doing. Fire is actually one of the most common immunities in monsters in D&D. So it's like
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the monsters we have been facing are homebrew.
yeah.
Like,
it's just
I mean,
totally you do you though. Like I'm just yeah. Just
will
because I spent
also
so
say-
long like looking that shit up.
I will also say, you guys tend to forget to factor in moats
Magic.
and how it affects a lot of the things you do.
That is true. You do have fancy mode powers. You could make you could make an ice ball fireball.
yeah.
Fireball.
I did also like the idea of like Vita like I mean like going alongside his like tinkering with magic like further developing his fire magic in being able to pierce the resistances of fire damage. Like story wise, I was wanting to like have him like find a way to somehow like intertwine control flames into like the actual shape of the fire and have that be a part of it or something. Like adding some flavor to it, but
Whatever you
I'll
want.
totally-
Because some things are just taken for thematics as opposed to whether or not they last in effectiveness. And like I said, you know, the moats affect a lot of the things you guys do. Whenever you use moats, it affects about everything that applies to your next action, including whatever feats that would apply within that action.
Mm. Totally. It is a good feat. It is. I feel like I'm ratting on it a lot. It's just when I was like looking for like feats specifically for like druids, it was like it came up so often and people were just like talking about it constantly. But I think it's a good feat in the early levels. I do. I genuinely do. It's just yeah, I feel like I'm a bit jaded against it. But totally do you. Ooh. Proficiency bonus goes up. Oh shit. So cool. Everyone's like a +1 on all the shit that they're good at.
okay, I'm just gonna take the ability score improvement because the ability score improvement does like not only because it does also just straight up go for like first of all intelligence goes to intelligence and dexterity would be going to +5.
Nice.
That so
Sometimes it's worth it. What's Bess getting?
I get my first brutal critical dice.
Oh, nice.
so now those moments could be extra large fuck yous.
I love brutal critical.
This is gonna do nasty damage.
We thought I was fucking things up before.
I love it.
So 4. Oh, and I now have a +3 for my rage damage instead of a +2.
Nice.
mean, I'm now officially one level, only now one level away from. Uh, where is it? Yep, arcane firearm for the artillerist, which based on its wording, it's basically saying an art basically saying it's basically saying a spellcasting focus, wand, staff, or rod, which the Arcanist gauntlets are a spellcasting focus.
Yeah.
So when you finish a long rest, you can use woodcarver's tools to carve special sigils into it, and uh, when you cast an artificer spell through the firearm, roll a d8 and you gain a bonus to one of the spell's damage rolls equal to the number rolled, which it's just a straight up damage increase.
Mm.
Damn.
Just an extra straight up an extra d8, 1d8 damage.
Oh wait, do I get my? I might get my circle spells at level 9. Oh, I do. Oh, lads, I've got mass cure wounds on speed dial.
That's cute.
Oh, I'm such a healy boy. What does mass cure wounds even do? A wave of the healing energy washes over you. You choose up to 6 creatures within a 30-foot radius. Each target regains hit points equal to 5d8. What's your spellcasting mode? Nice. And flame strike, but that's like slightly less fun.
Okay, with that dexterity increase, Victa has an AC of 17.
Nice.
That's fun.
So what you're saying, Victor, is I gotta start hitting harder.
Yeah. Sweet.
I'm not saying that you have to. I'm accounting for what's inevitably going to happen, facing stronger and stronger foes.
Does that mean Circe and Victor are like the tanks with the highest AC? Not the highest HP, but the highest AC.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Possibly. I only have. Spiss only has a 16.
Nice.
Listen, you're kind of meant to get hit.
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
That's true.
ideally, we don't get hit, but 16 is also just Spiff naturally, no armor. So I don't know what that means.
Oh yeah, because you unarmored defense.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So that's just Spiff, like, going full in.
Spiss is just having a good Victor and Circe are like got bits of armor attached to them, and Spiss is like, I don't know what you guys are moaning about. This is great.
Blood gushing out for arm. Yeah, I don't know I don't know why you need those shoulder pads.
No need to panic. Gosh, cool. Well, I got some spells to look up tomorrow. See what spells I want to take.
Don't forget to do your hit points too.
Oh shit! Hit points. Oh, should I do that while we're all here so we can see what
my God.
crap I roll?
I'm so scared to roll a d12. I don't want it to be bad.
I mean, you can re-roll a 1.
It's true.
Yep.
It's the
Yeah.
best I can give you.
Ones are not allowed.
You've got such a wide range on a d12. But then again, you've got such a wide range for it to go wrong. So I guess that goes both ways.
So I could either roll the d12, or I could do 7 plus my con modifier, which would just be 10.
Ah. Are you gonna chicken out? No, do what you want, Bill. Roll.
I don't know.
Take the average, don't take the average. I gamble because it makes me feel alive. I rolled like crap in my we leveled up recently in the Cousin Star campaign. I play a paladin and I rolled a 2 and I was like my tiny fairy druid has more health than my paladin does.
That's really funny.
My paladin is much harder to hit, but has way less health than my tiny druid. Okay, so we are level 9.
I'll roll the d12 for the fun and see what we've got. But I think I'll take the average.
Oh no!
Just take the roll. We're not gonna remember this.
Just take the roll.
It's like the funniest shit ever. What's my hit dice? I don't even remember. It's a D8.
Okay, I don't think there's a way to have 2 like stacks of hit dice, because like I have 5d6 hit dice and 4d8 hit dice.
It's a bit weird
being...
on Roll20 when you multi-class.
Yeah.
You kind of have to just roll it separate. It freaks out. It freaks out.
Alright.
Where the fuck is a D8? There it is. That's above average.
It's above average, yeah.
I'll take above average. Now, how do I do maths?
The D8. That's actually the listed average. 1d8 or 5 plus con mod.
Well, there you go. It shouldn't be average. The average should be 4. Because it's halfway between 8. But whatever,
Well, I mean,
whatever the game says.
I mean, technically, the average is actually 4.5.
So it rounds up.
But half of 8 is 4.
I think that, or I might be thinking that wrong.
I don't know. I'm crap at maths. I've said that out loud many, many times before.
Wait.
Oh, I'm such a beefy druid. I am at a hefty 83 hit points.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Add like doing like 1 + 2 + 3 to 8. Adding that all up, and then dividing it by 8 is 4.5. So.
What do you mean 1 + 2 + 8?
Like, it's like just 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + 5 + 6 + 7 + 8, and then divide which all that equals 36. Dividing that by 8 equals 4.5.
Yeah, but half of 8 is 4. That's what. I'm very confused at why we're adding all those numbers. I'm just saying half of 8 is 4.
Oh,
That's true, right? I'm not being stupid. No.
What I'm doing is finding the average.
Like
but half of 8 is 4.
Median. Like mean versus median.
God, I hate maths, and I always have.
Mean, median, mode. Three different ways of finding the average.
Yeah, we don't talk about the mode.
Is the worst.
You know what you sound like right now, Abby? You sound like the but they're both a milligram. No, but that's a bunch of feathers. Have you ever seen that video?
I was thinking
it's a bunch of feathers. Yeah, that's me.
But those are feathers.
I was thinking
Equally, I'm just every horrific maths person ever.
Well, I'm bad at math as well. I'm not good at all at math as well.
I was thinking of that like meme of the dad helping their kid do the math, and he's like, "What is this? Math is math.
Why did they have to change math? Math is math."
Yeah.
That's how it's also me. I'm just bad at maths. I always have been, and I always will be. Do I have anything fun? No. I get an extra spell slot, and I get level 5 spells. I only have 1 spell slot. Is Flame Strike gonna be on here? I hope it is, because I really don't want to have to learn how to write out the spell Flame Strike. Oh, it is, thank God. Flame Strike. And
Since I didn't do the math for my hit points, and I had just rolled, would it be cheesing it to take the roll?
Would it be choosing it in your heart, Phil?
No.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
I mean,
Take the 11.
Objectively, the most fun way for the players would be rolling anyways, and if it's lower, if it's lower than the listed average, taking the average. Because I mean, like, you don't want to just get fucked over in the absolute long term just because you rolled a 2 on like 2 to 4 on like 5 different level ups. Like,
Look, no one else does that in the Castle Strike campaign. I do it to myself. The DM openly says, just take the average. But the DM in that campaign, once you decide, you can only either take the average the entire game or you roll the entire game. Like, you can't swap back and forth. So I choose to roll because I like hating myself.
I've been rolling all of mine. This would have been my first time taking the average.
Look, all I say is we should just keep doing rolling, Belle. I like that we roll together, and I think it's fun. I think it's very fun that we roll really together. And sometimes we make mistakes, and that's hilarious.
And sometimes
you roll the 2, you win some, you lose some.
Exactly. This time we won some.
We won some.
And my hit points are now 107.
Nice! I love it. I love that.
Spiss takes a lot of hits, but God, can she take them?
She's just standing there like, yeah, is that all you got? Do it again. Hit me again.
Do it again.
Do it one more time.
Unless you can hit me like that one guy.
Bell. And now officially, I can prepare 10 wizard spells and 7 artificer spells.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Spiss is gonna hit, like, unless you can be like that one monster who took half of my health in one hit, you've got nothing. Billy, the Griffith.
That was insane. That, like, freaking damage roll. That was bonkers.
I really thought Spiss was gonna die that round. That game. I was like, damn. There goes Spiss. We'll see if we get her back. And instead, Spiss went absolutely in batshit.
Guess you can learn Summon Draconic Spirit. That seems fun.
That does sound
Draconic Spirit?
Yes, Summon Draconic Spirit. That's a druid spell that I can take. You call forth a draconic spirit. It manifests in an unoccupied space you can see within range. This corporeal form uses the draconic stat block. When you cast a spell, choose the family of dragon, chromatic, gem, or metallic. The creature resembles a dragon of the chosen family, which determines traits, blah, 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 blah. The creature is an ally to you and your companions. In combat, the creature shares your initiative count, but it takes its turn immediately after yours. It obeys your verbal commands. No action required by you. If you don't use any, it takes the dodge action, which is pretty much the same for any summon. It's got a 14 plus the spell's level for their AC, so it's a 5th level spell, so it'd be 19. And you get, like, resistance. When you summon the dragon, choose one of its damage resistances. You have resistance to the chosen damage type until the spell ends.
Oh my god.
Damn, that's fun.
Do you know in the 2024 version, they changed that to just summon dragon?
Summon dragon? That sounds so sad.
You just summon a dragon. And it's basically like the same spell, but it's an actual dragon instead of a dragon spirit.
Oh, that's why. I also got completely like cheesed because I thought I got like tree plants, like move through plants or something, you know, where you can like create a portal between two trees, like miles away across the plane, and I thought I had access to that spell, and I was like, that's not a 5th level spell, surely. And I got really excited. It's not. It's tree stride, which is like kind of cool, but not as cool. You can only move within 500 feet, but it would be really useful in the pandemonium with all those trees because that would be useful. But it's not the cool one, which is what I thought it was. I thought it was the one that let you travel anywhere through trees. Not yet.
Eventually.
I get some really cool ones. I get access to scrying as well, which I didn't know was a druid spell. Turns out it is.
We won't need
And
to
reincarnate, which would have been useful when Leo was dead like 2 sessions ago.
Well, now he's back with the into the line. He's back into the
If Victor still had the leg, I could just
God.
reincarnate him from the leg. It's a really weird spell because you can touch a dead humanoid or a piece of one.
Fascinating.
Yeah, you roll a d10 and the table below determines the body's species. So I basically form a new body with the spell, and I can call the soul to enter the body. So you roll a d10 and then they're just in that body.
So if Castilla needs a new body, we just make it.
Yeah, I can make one. It will just cost me. It does have a gold amount, which means I do need to buy rare oils worth 1,000 gold pieces, which the spell consumes.
Oof.
So I need to find some rare oils. That's so funny. What a world we live in.
The next time Castilla dies.
Don't worry, I've got you. I can make you your own custom-made body.
instead of putting her in the doll.
Oh god, that would be horrific though. Summon draconic spirits, not a spell. I'm gonna have to write that all down. Oh god. I can't be bothered. I'll do that tomorrow. Look, I just want to have as many summons on the field as possible. We've got Victor's artillery cannon, we've got Rem, we've got Osera, and now we're gonna have a dragon spear.
I'm so down.
My biggest nightmare.
I want to make it as confusing as possible. There's too many people on this map. We're lucky I'm not a shepherd druid. That would have been even more insane. Oh dear. I'll do all that tomorrow because my brain cannot physically comprehend making a spell right now. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go to bed.
All right.
My brain hurts.
Well,
I really need to start looking for like specifically asking for scrolls that Victor can copy down into his spell book. I've been completely forgetting about doing that.
yeah, I mean, you can look for them. You can ask.
Barter.
Yeah, they're out there, so you can find them. So, yeah.
I really want to try and find a find familiar spell to try and give Rem some buffs or like some more more initiative in combat. But
Find more familiars. Make them fight. Become a warlock. Get Pact of the Chain. That's the answer.
All right, peeps. Good night.
good night.
Good night.
See you next
It's been
week.
a wonderful session. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.